Colleagues, please settle down. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dumelang. Thank you. Good morning. Again, my name is Khadibulai Dihlabi. I'm the Managing Director of LPG SA. I would like to welcome our minister here, our dignitaries here, you beautiful ladies and gentlemen as well. The people are going to do formal welcomes. I'm just here, you know, they said yesterday was such a hit with the whole greetings thing in different languages, and they asked me to represent my tradition. Ke Mosotho, by the way, mokubung wa moshodi wa Marakane, motho wa buswa ke kgosi ya mosadi. So I'm gonna do it again from like yesterday, right? Apparently I'm not supposed to start that before Karen speaks. Karen is here to tell us again about the safety protocols. You can see the excitement again.
Morning, everybody. So once again, we don't have any expected fire drills for today, but yes, we do have load shedding and we do have generators on the property. But if there is emergency, if you hear the fire drill alarm, the fire exits is on that side, If you go outside that side, you go out to the ballroom, you turn left at the entrance, and you go to the big arena TV, which is in the piazza area. That's the assembly point. If you go outside this side, you turn to your right, and you will be in the piazza area as well, where the big screen is. We do have paramedics on standby 24 hours. If anything happens, please let me know. We've also got a clinic on the property, so if you're not feeling well, also let me know. Bathrooms are out the door to your left, tea, coffee outside, And then, of course, lunch will be the same as yesterday. And that's all from me. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. I'm doing it again. I think today I'm better. Dumelang. Khosong. Pula. Sanibonani. Molweni. Dimachoroni. Abusheni. Good morning. Goeiemorgen. I'm loving this crowd today. Makadi heu. Where's him? Bonjour. Ni hao. Namaste. Swati. Swadika. Bon dia. Etisen. Yeu. Thank you very much again. I would like to call to stage today, again, the chairperson of LPGSA, Ms. Pam Injudith, and then Mr. Michael Kelly from WLPGA, who will be your host as well today. Thank you.
Thank you, Khadi. A very good morning, all. I greet you and welcome you to this LPG summit hosted in our beautiful country, South Africa, and amongst our region. I acknowledge each and everyone in this room attending, with a special mention to our Minister of Energy, Honorable Minister Gwede Mantashe. We are delighted to have you here. Amidst his very busy schedule, he's taken time out to spend with us and have an LPG conversation with us. So thank you, Mr. Mantashe, for you and your delegation for joining us today. On behalf of the LPGSA board and the team, the World LPG Association, NERSA, the wider DMRE team, the DEL, and all other associations, we want to enter and extend a very, very warm welcome to this summit. Yes, our discussions did start yesterday, but today is a more formalized event in how we conduct ourselves in entertaining and welcoming our delegation, but more especially in entering into an LPG conversation, and how is this going to translate into action and an implementation plan. And I am going to labor that point. I did this yesterday as well. A very special mention to our Indian delegates who have traveled all this way to join us in sharing their success stories and their best practices with us. So thank you for traveling all this way. Thank you for spending this time with us. You may clap again. Thank you. This summit takes a lot of initiative, and we've got to mention the World LPG Association that is represented here today. So we have the pleasure of having the head of advocacy, the vice president, Mr. Michael Kelly. We have Alison, the head of communications and founder of Women in LPG, a global network which we have a session with tomorrow. So I invite each and every one of you to join this session and join this network, regardless of whether you're in the LPG conversation or not. And then, of course, Christoph and David also represented here from World LPG. So we extend our thanks, and please send this to James as well, the president of the World LPG Association. So how was yesterday? How did you find day one? Would you agree it was fantastic in terms of the interactions, the panels, the discussions? I don't hear any feedback. Can I have a yay and a round of applause? Thank you. So I've taken down some notes. I'm going through it very quickly. And whilst we have Minister here, it's going to give him some sort of confidence in what next. So hear me out and indulge with me. Yes, why was it a fantastic day one? We had the pleasure of Bra Jakes addressing us. He was very firm in his advices of compliance and adherence to the SA standards in terms of emphasizing the support that we need to give and ensure we are compliant while the SA LPG Association holds our hands to make this happen. And this translates to our colleagues of the SADC region. The WLPGA head of advocacy again addressed us, Michael Kelly. He shared with us the global voice of LPG support and their commitment to supporting this region. He reinforced the LPG benefits and the need to align decision makers and the users. So true. It was followed by excellent panels, virtual joiners, interesting discussions, and sharing from experts. David Tyler, who we knew throughout the day, sincerely asked in his many panels that he facilitated. And it went like this, at the end of each panel: what's on your wish list? And what do you have in your gift bag in terms of sharing? And yes, we did take notes, and that's the implementation plan, Minister. The ideas flowed, there were multiple learnings, we took a lot of notes. We heard India, 31 billion tons, something like that, 20,000 bulk tankers, 200 million kilometers. We have a lot to take from the India team. We heard drive safety keys. We heard a ring designed to assess driver fatigue. We heard public knowledge campaigns. We heard about governance and the role that government can play in supporting us both ways. We also heard about a safe loading pass sharing. We heard about the digital way forward, the transformation plans, the identity PIN that identifies leaks. Technology needs to be tapped in, it's very clear. We were intrigued by one of the things that said cradle to grave around the metal management topic, a device to track the cylinders. Costs of these technologies have decreased because we're having the LPG discussions. We heard the cylinder-owned model encourages illegal filling, so we need to consider that. We heard escalate our law enforcement on illegal fillers. Should we be looking at the Brazil model in terms of their law enforcement? We heard Brazil, you go immediately to jail. If you're illegally filling, we heard the remedy lies in regulation. We also heard praise for the SA LPG Association in all the other associations it continues to support. We heard the word cylinder love. That was a discussion around hoarding. We heard low income need to buy a 1 kg gas. And that takes care of our go-go's out in the rural communities. How can they purchase their 1 kilo gas? Should we be looking at a levy? A subsidy that only they qualify for and not the higher LSMs. Virtual ownership model, swap and go, exchange pool mechanism, and the list goes on and on. We heard LPG power generation. We heard repurpose, repower. The autogas, interesting panel. The global stats illustrate autogas is well established. The equation of energy transition. We need a champion, which we will consider as well. Khadi, in her usual passion on LPG, ended the day with one quote, and I quote her: "We are more richer now, post this day, in knowledge and sharing and learnings," as we close day one. So well done to everyone that participated in day one. Yay! Thank you. So to all the panelists, the participants, thank you. LPG SA has a token of your appreciation, and on your behalf, they will be donating 10K to the Cradle of Hope. This will be done on behalf of all the summit contributors to this panel and making the next 3 days, which we're now in day 2, a success. So very well done on that idea. A round of applause in supporting that. So Minister, we committed to you, it is not all talk. We committed to you, we're going to learn. We also committed to you that this will translate into an action and implementation plan. This room is filled with interest, with passion to translate this. And we can't do it alone, but we will have our conversations again. Rest assured, there will be an implementation plan post this summit. Yay to that. Last but not least, and I am handing over to you, Michael, you would all agree to pull such an event together takes a lot of effort, it takes a lot of after hours and hard work. One way or the other, just by you attending, illustrates your dedication to this summit. It is indeed fantastic to see the level of prep, the responsiveness, the well-kitted out exhibits, the participation, the commitment towards making such an event so rewarding. It is definitely no easy task. I ask Khadi and her team to please stand up as you give them a round of applause for facilitating this. Yay to the SA LPG Association. I close by saying the LPG conversation is such an important one for all of us, for our country, for our region. So let's translate this into a proper success story by way of an implementation plan. Mr. Mantashe, that will stick with me all the way since our last meeting. I hand you over to Michael Kelly. Thank you, everybody.
Sambunani. Good morning, South Africa. I find myself once again having to follow a fantastic woman speaker. Congratulations, Pam. That was great and inspiring. Excellencies, ladies, gentlemen, Honorable Minister Mantashe, Deputy Resident Dava, and Shri Kushag Mittal from the Government of India. And above all, my very good friends. I would like to first thank the association for Hadi and her team. They deserve that round of applause for the job they've done. This has been a fantastic event. I'd also like to thank the event sponsors, without whom this event couldn't have taken place. Oryx Energies, South Africa, Cavani Group, Petrogas, Euro LPG, and EML Energy. And I'll say what I said yesterday, continue to support your national association in their day-to-day operations and in events like this. It's crucial for the growth and the long-term sustainability of the industry. I would also like to thank our colleagues from India who are joining us. And it's important to point out that Indian Oil Corporation, Hindustan Petroleum Corporation, and Bharat Petroleum Corporation have put their money where their mouth is. They sent a delegation to be with us today. And a special thanks to the Government of India for its support. Through the visionary Ujjwala program, which was launched and shepherded by Prime Minister Modi himself, India has transformed itself in a very, very short time. And through their enlightened generosity, India is now helping to transform the world. We're going to learn from them today, and I think we should applaud their efforts and the vision for doing this. Finally, and most importantly, I'd like to thank the people of South Africa for another warm and wonderful welcome to this vibrant country. This is truly one of my favorite countries in the world to visit, and I haven't been here in a while because of a global pandemic, because of geopolitical unsettledness. So it's great to be back, and I'm happy to be here during Heritage Month to help you celebrate your Heritage Month. I want to note and underscore that joining us today are representatives from over 20 different countries. So we have people today from the SADC region, Lesotho, Botswana, Eswatini, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, Zambia, South Africa, of course, but also India, France, China, Australia, Thailand, Germany, Ireland, Italy. Poland was with us yesterday, the United Kingdom, and the United States. And this is a truly global gathering, and it demonstrates the interests that there is in this market and the potential that exists not only in South Africa, but in all of Southern Africa. And it is a stunning statement of how the world sees the opportunity here. This is my first trip to Southern Africa since 2019, and I see that in that time, the market in this country and in the countries around the region have not stood still. The growth is finally starting to reach the latent potential that we all know or knew existed in this region. That's particularly true here in South Africa. The market in South Africa, as well as other markets in the SADC region, finally are starting to show this growth and take their place among the great stories of LPG growth in the world. Anyone, and I mean anyone, who does not think that the countries of SADC will be an LPG success story in the future is not paying attention or is not seeing the same data that I'm seeing. This is being catalyzed by significant investments in key infrastructure that has allowed for markets to unlock this potential. And I think it's important to recognize that both the private sector and the government are working hand in hand in a collaborative spirit to help make these achievements. This is one of the key learnings from the Indian example, and we'll hear about this as we go through the day. The private sector has its role, absolutely. We in the private sector have to do our job in a professional manner. But the public sector also has its role, and it has to lead and demonstrate that increasing access to LPG is government priority. This sends an important signal to the market, and it incentivizes growth. And I'm happy to see that's happening today across the African continent, where governments and industry from Ivory Coast to Tanzania to here in South Africa are working together to unlock key infrastructure bottlenecks and untap that growth. Access to LPG is starting to become a policy priority, and we as an industry have to be prepared to benefit from that. For those of you who don't know, the World LPG Association is the global voice of the LPG industry. We represent the interests of the industry around the world, from big producers in the Middle East and North America to distributors that have operations just in one country and to multinationals that straddle the world. We are the apex body of the LPG industry, your industry, and represent you in many multilateral discussions. I think kind of the uber example of this is the climate change discussions, the COP negotiations, which will take place in December in Dubai this year, where WPGA will represent your industry. We have a number of different flagship initiatives, including Cooking for Life, under which we hope to convert over 1 billion people from cooking on biomass to cooking on LPG by 2030. We are almost there already, well in advance of that target, largely on what's happened in India and other large countries such as Indonesia and Bangladesh, and now what is starting to happen here on the African continent. We also have our Women in LPG initiative, which Pam chairs, which she mentioned earlier, which was launched because we recognize that we need more women in our industry at all levels of our industry if we want our industry to continue to be successful. I'm happy to say that South Africa has one of the most engaged and dynamic chapters of Women in LPG, one of the first chapters as well. And I'd like to challenge the SADC countries, as I did yesterday, to see if one of the takeaways from the meetings today can't be the launch of a chapter of Women in LPG in your home markets. If you're interested in doing this, please come and see either myself or my colleague Allison Abbott, and we'll be happy to help you. Getting more women into our industry is crucial for our industry if we want to have a long-term future. I would note that joining us, I noticed that the South African government, and I'm happy you're here with us today, Mr. Minister, has made providing access to LPG a priority for the government. This is a powerful idea, and it's a powerful message that resonates with our global membership around the world, from Brazil to Bangladesh, from Indonesia to Ireland, from South Korea to right here in Southern Africa. And the WPGA is proud to be here and support you in this journey. We're happy to be doing our part, and we're happy to be supporting our national associations as they do their part. I know I don't have to say this to an African audience, but we want to keep this discussion as interactive as possible. We want your feedback. We want your input. The reason that we've set the room in roundtables is because it allows for better discussion and better interaction among members. So feel free to speak among yourselves, discuss the issues that we're talking about. If you want to make a contribution to the discussion, raise your hand when the microphone comes to you. Tell us who you are, who the question is focused on, or who the question is pointed to, and then state your question in a brief manner. This will keep the meetings as productive as possible, and hopefully will give us those takeaways that Pam was talking about in her presentation. I'd like to close by inviting you all to join us if you have the opportunity to be in Rome in November. LPG Week is the largest gathering of the LPG industry in the world. This year it's taking place in Rome from the 13th to the 17th of November. If you find yourself in the Eternal City and you get tired of coliseums and churches, please join us in LPG Week. I'd also like to highlight that next year, LPG Week will be held in the mother city of Cape Town, which is personally one of my favorite cities in the whole world. It is a fantastic place. We will bring the entire global industry to South Africa, and the focus during those discussions in 2024 will be on African issues and African themes. So I encourage you to begin already now harassing your bosses so that you get permission to travel next year and join us for LPG Week in Cape Town. Finally, let me once again thank our sponsors, thank the LPGSA Association, the Honorable Minister, and everyone who has journeyed from around the world to be with us today. It's so fantastic to be here in South Africa, and I'm happy to be here with you to celebrate Heritage Month. Thank you very much. And with that, I would like to invite to the podium the Honorable Minister of the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy, the Honorable Gwede Mantashe.
Thank you very much. First to Program Director. I don't know who Program Director is. A chairperson of the LPGSA, Deputy CEO of WLPGA, Michael Kelly, Director of LPG, Minister of Petroleum and Natural Gas in India, Mr. Mittal. I see that there are delegates from various countries in Southern Africa. I'm sitting here with a delegate from Mozambique. I would imagine that they have an interest because they have gas deposits and they are exploiting those deposits. So there is an LPG summit They are an interested party. That's why they're here. And all the other visitors from other countries. Deputy Resident Representative of UNDP South Africa, Mr. Gabriel Dava, and captains of the industry from India and SADC, Team DMRE, which is here, distinguished guests and members of the media. LPG, you will forgive me, you can't discuss LPG outside of the dynamic and polarized debate on energy. You will have to locate LPG within that debate, very polarized, and that debate is biased towards a particular direction. LPG enters the space, then it will be caught in that discussion. It's a great honor for me to welcome you to this important SADC India Liquefied Petroleum Gas Summit. Liquefied LPG. Sometimes we assume that about LPG we all know. We don't necessarily know. It is liquefied petroleum gas. And if you go to the villages, you make it easy, you say it's bottled gas. Then they understand what you're talking about. Most fulfilling to me is that gathered here are delegates with diverse backgrounds and expertise whose common purpose is to expand LPG industry to ensure sustainable growth by promoting best practices. I must make the submission that from where I sat with the delegation from LPG SA, and I said to them, you are far from reaching your potential. Potential of LPG in South Africa is just so huge, we have not used it. You know, since 1994, South Africa has made a big progress in expanding access to electricity, moving it from 34% to about 92%. So we're close to universal access to electricity in the country. Despite that progress, the inconsistent supply of electricity and affordability present a major risk to our development path. And that talks to tariffs and it talks to access. And that is what we call energy poverty. LPG must respond to the question that we must confront, which is energy poverty. I don't say electricity poverty, I'm saying energy poverty. And LPG will fit there. We know that we cannot celebrate improved access to electricity when most of our people, particularly rural areas, do not afford it and continue to use wood and paraffin for space heating and cooking. Now, that is where the problem is. Go to the rural areas, I come from there, that's where my home is. We still use wood and and paraffin for space heating and cooking. That is where the gap for LPG is, and it must be exploited. We are mindful that this is not just our African problem, but a global challenge, with International Energy Agency estimates that nearly 1 in 3 people, the vast majority of which are in the poorest regions of the world, still lack access to clean cooking facilities. And that is, in Africa, for example, 600 million people have no access to electricity. And therefore, it means that remains potential for expansion. When we fight with our comrades in Mozambique, we always say to them, you are very aggressive in trying to sell us electricity. Then I ask them a stupid question for many people. I ask them, what level of access to electricity is in Mozambique? If you don't have universal access to electricity for your own citizens, don't be aggressive in selling it to us. Provide to those citizens access to electricity, efficient and reliable. And this means that there is a need to work together and ensure energy security environmental sustainability, and economic growth. And in the polarized debate of energy, the emphasis is on environmental sustainability and almost ignore energy poverty. Both of them are important equally. People must have access to electricity, people must enjoy the convenience of modern energy and still be careful not to pollute the environment. As evidenced by India, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, am I right? Yes, scheme. The LPG industry can provide a quick and effective solution to household thermal requirements. However, for South Africa to maximize this benefit, there is a need to change the structure of LPG industry. Now I'm talking about structure because the structure is a vehicle to drive the expansion of LPG industry. By introducing effective measures in the entire value chain, including production, importation, wholesaling, and retailing. So LPG, we must also see it in the bottle. We must see it and locate it in the whole value chain. Therefore, if we change the structure at that level, we are going to expand the LPG. It is, however, regrettable that while the number of people without access to clean cooking in the world, there has been declining thanks to the progress made in nations such as China and India. That number has not stopped growing in sub-Saharan Africa. Sub-Sahara, you know, one day we were talking about decarbonization. And one country in the continent here said to us, we hear this is what we are talking about. Decarbonization is a very important topic, but he said, in our country, only 12% have access to electricity. What decarbonization do we talk about? So, this combination we must always pay attention to. Where LPG consumption in Africa has grown by 4.2% per year since 2003, the demand is largely concentrated in northern border, that is along the Mediterranean Sea. There, that consumption is strong there. And compared with sub-Saharan Africa, which is very low consumption. And that is what we're talking about here today. How do we improve and increase access to LPG consumption in Southern Africa? Because when we say Africa, we just generalize and refuse to accept that Southern Africa is lagging behind. This summit, therefore, affords SADC an opportunity to draw lessons from success story of India and other global players who are thriving in LPG. So we learn lessons. You know, one thing about history is something that's very strange, is that you always apply your minds to what actually happened, what put you where you are. Why are we here? How do we get out of here? But if you don't know how did you come to where you are, you're not going to be able to chart the way forward. That is the ugly part of history. So the point I'm making here is that we learn from success stories of other countries. India is offering that point of learning. There is no better time for SADC to expand LPG value chain, not only to ensure access to clean cooking, but also to create much-needed jobs, much-needed employment. Fact of the matter is that LPG, with versatility and environmental benefits, stands as a beacon of hope in our journey towards a low-carbon future. Now, you know, let me digress on this one, because it serves as a bridge between our immediate energy needs and our long-term sustainable growth. SADC members who are here, you know, there is a lot of resistance in SADC region to use gas. despite the fact that Europe actually developed as it is, has actually defined gas and nuclear as part of the green energy transition. In Southern Africa, when you touch gas, you get a lot of protests. Why do you touch gas? You are polluting and so forth. And people forget that we're a coal-rich country. But if you move from coal to gas, you cut emissions by half. Okay, and therefore that progress is important for us in the transition, because a transition is not an event, but a journey that we must all travel very carefully. And one advice that we took out from the ministers of the BRICS countries was that even if you are going to transition from old to new, first of all, you test the new. You prove its reliability. You prove its reliance. You prove its efficiency before you start unbundling the old. Because if you just unbundle the old because you are hoping that there is something new coming, you are likely to collapse on both ways. So it's a very important step we must take. We're transitioning, but let's not dismantle what we have with the hope of something coming. Let's work on the new, strengthen it, make it reliable, make it resilient, and then start unbundling the old. Now, nothing that that the demand for LPG has doubled in the last 10 years and can reduce demand for electricity during the peak hours and minimize severity of load shedding. Load shedding is what is called rolling blackouts. We have it here. We're working on it. We're reducing it. We're visibly seeing the reduction and improvement on it. But if we actually intensify our movement to LPG, we are contributing to reduction of that load shedding, because you take the load off the electricity grid, and LPG can play that role. So the LPG rollout strategy that we've started implementing in May 2022 should go. You know, we made a commitment to LPG that, listen, one Ngquqa, which is a port in Port Elizabeth, to have an LNG so that we can import any gas while we're exploiting ours. As we imported, use that area, which is Port Elizabeth, as an LPG complex that will expand into the country, and we begin to roll out LPG. We want to see that program happening, because you have access to LNG on the ocean, then you can begin to expand your LPG inland in a systematic and very structured way of expansion. Now, the strategy further serves as a manual towards addressing the challenges which inhibit the optimal contribution of LPG in resolving South African energy supply challenges. These include structural features of the market, LPG infrastructure and pricing framework, cylinder management, negative perception about LPG, compliance, monitoring, and enforcement. So, LPG must apply its mind broadly in playing that role. And I must advise you, don't think that people are going to be soft on you because you are still growing. You are going to find a lot of hurdles on the way. And it is those hurdles that you must jump over and actually undermine. The lack of meaningful transformation in the oil and gas sector has been identified as the biggest challenge of growth of LPG industry. I am convinced, as a Minister for Mineral Resources and Energy, that what will unblock the slow growth trajectory, that is a sign of South Africa, is a breakthrough we can make in oil and gas industry. We have the deposit, we have proven deposits of both oil and gas. We must be given space to expand them. And I can tell you that this thing of being narrowly escaping recession all the time, grow by 0.4%, grow by 0.6%, can only be broken That ceiling will only be broken by a breakthrough in oil and gas sector. And LPG is part of that sector. And if we grow that sector, every quarter I read a report on the growth status of the country. And I look at the breakdown, it will say manufacturing this, mining this. When it comes to gas, electricity, and water, it is always a negative contribution. Meaning that we must do something about that sector, grow it, make a positive contribution. As part of our concerted effort to effect transformation in the sector and improve the quality of life of citizens, the DMRE is viewing petroleum and liquid fuel sector charter. In this regard, we have established a petroleum and liquid fuel sector charter council to work on the liquid fuel sector codes and serve as a compliance monitoring and enforcement mechanism for transformation. Transformation is change. That is the essence of it. When you put this transformation, it's more complex, but it's about change. But it can only be transformation if it's changing for the positive and improvement. Cognizant of the fact that the limited LPG infrastructure ranging from decline in refinery capacity to lack of import or storage facilities lead to inadequate supply of LPG. So, we must apply our mind to the infrastructure. Government maintains that there is need for investment in new refining capacity. We're working on that, and we're not doing it because we love it or we're interested in it, but it is necessary for the economy. With the refining and import infrastructure addressed, there is a need to improve and invest in real infrastructure to ensure efficient and safe transformation of LPG to the inland. Transnet is seized with this task because LPG must be everywhere. It must be in every province. It must expand in every province. Noting that the wholesale price of LPG is not regulated, the DMRE actually aims to regulate the price of LPG along the entire value chain. To this end, the DMRE has changed the pricing framework by amending the maximum refinery gate price to reflect the actual cost of imported LPG using the Saudi contract price. This abolished the old pricing methodology that used petrol 93 as a proxy for calculation of LPG prices. Separate the two. Whereas all energy technologies require adherence to the stringent health and safety standards in handling and use, the explosive nature of gas, including the December 22 Boxberg explosion, feed into people's negative perception of LPGs. Many people, when you go to the rural areas, people you bring them a canister, say, here is it, they fear lighting it because perception is that it is a dangerous product and people fear touching it because it will explode into your face and so forth. Therefore, we are important to actually work with all of you to promote LPG and safety campaign. And we launched that in December to educate and create awareness of LPG safety, so that people must be educated and be told that this thing is not as dangerous as you think, it is safe, but you must do it the right way. Now, let me conclude by saying it is clear that successful development and expansion of the LPG sector in the SADC region will help in achieving universal access to clean cooking, eliminating energy poverty, reducing unemployment and inequality. Now, that expansion in the region is so important because if you talk South Africa, the market is small. But once you start talking a region, then you begin to see that the market is unlimited, it's so huge. The potential is big and we must exploit that potential for LPG. And therefore, we just hope that the discussion and decision made during this summit will influence not only the SADC region, but the entire African continent to improve its situation. We are the least developed continent, we are very rich in mineral deposits, gas and oil deposits, but we are so used to a pit-to-pork model of economy, where we mine, take a product to the port, and it leaves our continent. It makes other people rich, we remain poor. And that must change. That's why the question of development of the value chain is so important for us to change that reality. The potential of this continent is unbelievable. It can be rich, it can be a leader in the world, but we must change our mindset and be prepared to take gains. And therefore, that requires leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for those inspiring words. I'd now like to invite up to the stage Mr. Kushagar Mittal, who is the Deputy Secretary LPG from the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas for the Government of India. And Kushagar is a very good friend to the World LPG Association and has been instrumental in the success that has happened in India, and as well as in getting the delegation of Indians to join us here today. Kushagar, please join us on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable Minister, Energy, the Republic of South Africa, the Deputy Representative of the UNDP, Mrs. Pam, Mr. Kelly, people from the World LPG Association who has put this whole thing together, thank you very much. And last but not least, all the delegations from the SADC and my colleagues from the Indian petroleum industry, thank you very much for making this event successful, possible. In fact, to start with, let me also inform that this is one of the starting conversations on LPG we are having with you all. Only last month we had a delegation to the Tanzania and the Kenyan Republic with our oil and gas industry. That of course included people related to natural gas and other forms of petroleum products. And this is just the beginning of this long-term engagement where we can co-learn, co-prosper. I will, in fact, like to start by thanking the Honorable Minister for such a thought-provoking and very, very insightful address at the start of today's discussions. The way you put up things, the framing of those statements, like we are in the, one thing which I very specifically liked was when you say that this whole transition of energy is a journey, not an event. It's not a point. We go through it. We learn how to pick up from where to where we go. So, thank you very much. You set a very high standard for me. I will try to, briefly touch upon things on which I've been asked to do, and then I'll just run through my slides in which I have some of the information. So, the why we are having this conversation with India, with my country. I think we share a lot of strengths. Our journey has been very, very similar. We also started about 75 years back when we got our independence. And our journey in the energy space in general and LPG space in particular, it's not, from the Stone Ages, it's just 55 to 60-year-old. And when you look at our journey in the LPG sector, Uh, Let me tell you, we started in about 1960s when one of our own in-house company, they launched LPG in the country. And the speed at which we have taken LPG to the nooks and corners of the country has been very, very gradualistic and very slow in the beginning. What has really changed to where we are today has been last 8 to 10 years of interventions from the government, along with the shoulder-to-shoulder actions from our state-owned companies in the public sector, including the companies from which I have my colleagues here. And in our engagement with the SADC countries in particular and the whole continent of Africa is only growing now. Only last month in our G20 summit, which was held in New Delhi, we invited the African Union to the G20 membership, and this added to a series of international conversations we are now having with our partners in Africa. And let me again thank WLPG to be instrumental in furthering this engagement with our friends here. Let me also inform the gathering here that India, as a part of the G20 summit, we launched something called the Global Biofuel Alliance, where we were very happy to take the World LPG Association as a founding member organizations. So claps to that. Coming back to where I started the conversation of LPG in India, we really like to talk about the numbers we have in India. For example, more than 31 million tons of LPG consumption, more than 55 lakhs, that is 550 million deliveries, 5.5 million deliveries of LPG refills a day. And we sell about 180 crores, which is about how much? Yeah, that's about 1.8 billion cylinder deliveries a year. So these are the numbers, but to appreciate these numbers in context, it is very important to look at how it's been made possible. Like Honorable Minister said, we need a very robust structure, which is a vehicle to make these things possible. So our companies on which we have such a robust physical structure on the ground, which make it possible to take these fuels to the remotest corners in the country. For example, let me give you the statistics. We have more than 25,500 distribution centers, which are actual, physical go-downs come selling areas. We have more than 208 bottling plants, which bottle anywhere from 50,000 to 80,000 refills. We have one of the largest bottling plants in the country in New Delhi, which has much more than this average figure. And in addition to these physical infrastructure, which are basically physical and regulatory organizations. So for tackling things like safety, we have something called Petroleum and Explosive Safety Organization. For the setting of the standards for the oil industry, we have something called the OISD, which is the Oil Industry Safety Directorate, which is independently responsible for setting industry-driven standards, which are then voluntarily and then by policy imposed upon the industry. So just make a very disciplined way of storing and distributing petroleum products. Then we have the Essential Commodities Act, under which we have made commodity and product specific control orders. For LPG, we have something called LPG, the Liquefied Petroleum Gas Control Order. And there are two parts of it. One is for the domestic and commercial usages, and the other part is for LPG. For giving future-oriented technology to the LPG industry in the country, we have an in-house organization called the LPG Equipment Research Center, which is again a product of discussions within the industry, and it just doesn't give the direction just to the companies like Reliance Industry, companies like SR, and many other partners in the LPG space. They make use of technology which is basically steered and driven by our oil sector. So, last 7 to 8 years to which I referred at the start, which everybody refers to, is the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. Actually, Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana is like the brand name of the majority, bulk of state-led interventions in the LPG space. So when it started, back when we had something called Aadhaar, which is the unique identity number for every citizen in the country. So for example, today we are a country of 140 crore, which is 1.4 billion people. Almost everybody has an identity for himself. Now this is the technology stack on which all these interventions, including for those in LPG, rest and thrive. So, you first identify a person by giving an identity, which is called Aadhaar. Which started in 1415. The first plank of the intervention was the DBTL, which is direct benefit transfer for LPG. And then we launched, after the immediate launch, the countrywide launch of DBTL, we had Ujjwala, which is the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. It was launched sometime in May 2016. Immediately after which we had the third plank of, cook using, chula, using cow dung cakes, and the smoke, the hazards, health hazards of the smoke in those chulas, he has seen firsthand. So I think the launch day, when he launched this scheme, he got really emotional while he was mentioning to those negative health effects. And he was personally, behind making this scheme a real success. So I just told this to you. This is where our journey started. 1950s when we went to, in 2004, this is just to give a context of where we were about 19 years back. We had just 7 crore consumers and our consumption was, just shy of 10 million metric tons. And today where in the last. So this was why the scheme actually came up, the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana. We had a ministry steered study which told us that, despite it being a very low-cost thing to get a connection, it was not too much. It was about $20, $25 to get a connection. But still, many households in the country are finding it difficult to basically acquire an LPG connection, and also the high refill costs. So this was the input based on which the government decided that we'll help these people to get into the LPG ecosystem. So Give It Up, I told you, Give It Up was a nudge kind of thing from the Honorable Prime Minister, where more than 10 million people gave up their subsidy. And Pehel was the scheme under which the benefit of LPG subsidy is directly credited to the bank accounts, which was made possible by something called GEM. So under Ujjwala, to those who don't know, we just provide a free, deposit-free connection. To get a LPG connection in the country, you need to deposit the cost of the cylinder, the hose, the regulator, and the booklet to the company as a part of the deposit. So that is where the government chipped in. They said that, okay, we'll take care of this. You can put it in context by understanding what is the consumption for a normal non-Ujjwala household. So it was about 7 refills. So there was a huge gap in the consumption. Of course, there are reasons to why this is low. It is based on taste and preferences in various parts of the country where the Ujjwala concentration is very high, like northeast of India, like the a little relatively poorer parts of India. People are very strong feelings about their tastes and preferences. And added to that is the problem of affordability, because the cost of acquiring that, don't go back to your old methods. Once this sinks in with them, and we can see those in rising numbers every year, the growth of LPG consumption in the country has crossed the growth of income levels in the country consistently. So which shows that our people are slowly, getting into this idea of, continuously using LPG. So we already have, 9.6 crore, that is what, 96 million Ujjwala consumers. And just about 2 weeks back, the government realized that, because the scheme was not in operation for some time, and there was, another set of people who expected that at least, we need some help. So we have recently announced another 75 lakh, which is 7.5 million Ujjwala connections. So this will take the Ujjwala household numbers to how much?
All right, thank you, Mr. Mittal. That was a great overview of the program in India, and that'll form the basis of the discussions that we have for the rest of the day. I would like to invite Mr. Gabriel Dava From the UNDP, he's a deputy resident representative, and he's got quite a resume. He's worked in Guinea-Bissau, Namibia, São Tomé, Principe, and Mozambique, where you're originally from.
Advice, but I would like to say that today I'm not representing Mozambique.
The agencies which produces those daily assessments, which are based on what's happening on the markets. And our prices are then used in contracts, they're used in the investments and so forth to underpin the trade of products and basically help facilitate the movement of commodities around the world. We also do a bit of consulting as well with some forecasting, which I'll also be showing a little bit of today. And then we have a small conference division. I want to specifically point out that we are very, very proud to provide the DMRE every month, the calculation for the freight element of the MRGP into South Africa. It's something that began, as the Minister mentioned, in 2020. We've seen imports go up a lot, and doing that for this market is something that I mention around the world because I really think it helps bring the product in and get such a useful product to more people. So that's really our contribution to the South African market. So today we're going to talk about opportunities and challenges. I'm going to be pretty quick on the opportunities because we all are LPG people pretty much here, and we all know what the situation is with the products and why it should be used. But just to frame some numbers here, Africa as a whole, well over 1 billion people now, growing faster than anywhere else in the world. I was at ARDA in March, and it was mentioned, I think, 6 or 7 times that by 2050, 1 in 2 people in the world will be African. SADC is around 350 million, so that's also a really significant proportion of that 1.2 billion, and that's growing as well. And then within that, of course, there's this growing requirement for clean energy that was just mentioned by our keynotes. We have economies which are different. I don't like to put Africa or even SADC in exactly the same basket. Every country has its specificities, whether it's its geography, the makeup of its population, the urban-rural split, and so forth. But they are linked by this youthfulness. They're also linked with high aspirations and the need to basically develop and to improve lives. And we're seeing growing GDP in the region. Obviously, COVID was a difficult time. It is a bit uneven from country to country, but people are getting out of poverty, and as they get out of poverty, we will need to see more and more of that convenient energy used, and LPG is probably the most convenient and clean that you can get. In terms of the LPG market, of course, if you're going to sell product, if people are going to use product, it needs to exist. And here's the good news. We're in a position where, because of the amount of natural gas in particular that has been coming to the market over the past decade, we've seen an enormous growth in the availability of LPG. And LPG is actually a byproduct. We shouldn't forget that. Ultimately, nobody goes into the ground to bring up molecules just for the LPG. They come up with other things. They thankfully now don't really get flared, occasionally in very remote locations. So we're in a position where we've got a lot of this product in the market. It's been going up over the past decade, and as you can see from our forecast, we expect that to continue. When new investments come online, we also move our forecasts upwards as well. So the product is there. That is the opportunity. Let's put some figures on the opportunity specifically for Africa and sub-Saharan Africa. It might be a bit difficult to see the numbers there, but you're looking at something like 25 million tons for the continent as a whole. And again, as already mentioned by the Honourable Minister, it is really the north part of the continent which is consumed. Most of that's on the right there. You have the situation in Southern Africa or Sub-Saharan Africa. And again, that's our forecast as it stands. We look at various things to put those forecasts together. They do move, they can change, so we do see growth. But ultimately, if we compare the situation in Africa to Asia, you can see how it's in some ways night and day. So we've got on the left-hand side, that's the same chart for Sub-Saharan Africa, placed on the same level of y-axis against the growth that we've seen in residential LPG in Asia over the past few years. So you can see that on a per capita basis, there is really a lot that can be done, and the opportunity really is there. So the challenges. Well, We've already heard a lot of useful information from our keynote speakers on this. But if I'm going to characterize them and put kind of the framework together for what the challenges are, they're quite wide-ranging. Obviously, we start with safety, first and foremost. This is a highly explosive product. It's pressurized for the most part. So if handled poorly, it is very dangerous. If handled properly, it's very safe. But the foremost thing to take care of by everybody involved is to make it as safe as possible and to put frameworks in for that. Second point to make is that it's a very asset-heavy business. You have pieces of metal going out into the market. You may have different ownership models for those metal. David Tyler mentioned yesterday the packaging costs more than the product. And then you've got all of the related infrastructure. So because it's so asset heavy, you need to have an investment environment which looks after those assets. Third, culture. Culture can mean a lot of different things, but as you build a market and take people from using one type of fuel to using something else, there is a cultural journey that has to go on, an educational journey. Excellent example from India about the educational side of the Ujjwala program. It's not just about giving people the product and subsidizing. It's about having them learn how to use it and be comfortable with it. And then the final two are kind of where at Argus, where we fit into the picture. Financing and infrastructure, you can't sell product that doesn't come to the country. You need to have people investing, and to invest, they need to have an environment which works for them in terms of that investment. They need to see an orderly market. And finally, pricing and affordability is probably the most important thing, and it's always the key question. I'm not coming here with answers about the best way to make the product affordable. Every country will have a different situation. The Indian case is very successful, very interesting. There are many lessons to be learned, but it doesn't mean necessarily that every country needs to go through exactly the same thing. So that's kind of what the challenges are. To expand a little bit just on those last two, to note in terms of the infrastructure in Africa, it has been growing. We've seen good investments in South Africa. We have some of those investors in the room today who've been building terminals and helping move products into the market. But ultimately, every year or so, we put out a survey of global storage for LPG, and you can see that the figures for sub-Saharan Africa are much, much lower. So there's still work to be done if you compare to Asia Pacific or if you compare to Latin America. I already mentioned this. If people are going to build infrastructure, those other pieces of the puzzle need to be in place. You cannot expect the private sector to come in if the market is not running properly. So there's a lot of building blocks to put together to bring that infrastructure in. And then finally, pricing. Now, pricing is always, I think, the most difficult topic. It's often the most political topic, and it's sometimes the most controversial topic. And again, I don't want to prescribe anything about this, but what we see around the world in terms of principles is that if you want to build a market, you do need to link to the international prices, unless you have so much products that you can cut yourself off. So for example, if you're in the Middle East, maybe you can just subsidize everything, forget about the international market, just use your product for your people, fine. But most countries are not in that situation. South Africa is not, the rest of SADC is not, and Asia is not either. So if you're going to bring the product in, then there needs to be some connection in that chain to the international prices. And we've seen that move, obviously, in South Africa, away from the basic fuels price to the new import parity approach. And as a result, we have seen things go up. This is the tonnage change in terms of the import volumes that we track through our ship tracking tools, and you can see that it is night and day. Of course, there are other factors here, in particular the fact that we've had at the same time the new terminals opening, Richards Bay and so forth. But ultimately, the product is coming here because the chain through from source to the MRGP works. And so this is a good example of how changing a pricing approach, while challenging, can be successful. And just to finish up, a few success stories around here, particularly on the pricing. And I want to point out a couple of things. We've seen very different approaches. In Latin America, we've seen a combination of import parity and subsidies, and then those subsidies eventually were reduced or moved away, but the pricing is regulated kind of in the same way as South Africa. It was it was driven by national oil companies there. It has been quite costly, but it has also been very effective. We've seen Southeast Asia using combination of public and private approaches. If I take the example of Thailand as a good market which is saturated, there's no fixing of prices there, but the government has the right to step in if they see price gouging. So it's all being monitored. If there is unfair practices by market players, then they can be fined and so forth. So it's a bit of a softer approach, but one where there is a kind of oversight on the market. Bangladesh has been one of the fastest growing markets in the world, where basically the government has said, private sector, do your thing. I would say that there are still challenges they have to overcome in that country in terms of the growth and the orderliness of the market, but it's been very successful. And I'm not going to go into India because we've got so many great speakers from India, but we all know the situation there with the Ujjwala and so forth. So to finish up, a few guiding principles. Investments require returns. We need to kind of de-risk the market, make it as orderly as possible. I would say also a long-term view is really important. A 3-year plan is not going to cut it. This is an industry which requires a lot of investment and a long-term plan. So we should be thinking in terms of decades, 10, 20 years. Where are we going to be? How consistent are the regulations going to be across that period? And of course, that all connects to the safety and the orderliness of the market. The role of government can be different. It doesn't necessarily need to put money into the market. We don't see that in every country. It doesn't necessarily have to drive the business itself, but it does need to support through good regulations, through a consistent approach. And then also remember that the consumer is at the end of this. And so you need their buy-in. I write there, King, Queen. Let's focus, frankly, on the Queen. This is a product which is still used very much by women. So there are different approaches in terms of marketing and so forth. And that has to happen at the same time. So that's all from me. I hope that's a useful way of setting things up, and I look forward to hearing our real experts from the market going forward. Thank you, Michael. Shall I sit down?
David's going to stay with us while I invite the other panelists up. We're going to get some microphones. I think we need an extra chair. And I'll invite the panelists to join me, please. Mr. Claudio James from Petrogas in Mozambique, if you could come to the stage. Mr. Muzi Mkizi from NERSA, if you're with us, please join us on stage. Mr. Learnmore Nekorito from Zira in Zimbabwe, if you're here, please make your way to the stage. Dr. Nekesani Masekoa from DMRE, please join us. And Mr. Mittal. And we're going to keep this as interactive as possible. And please sit down, make yourselves comfortable. The way I want to do this is to ask an initial question, or to have them give an opening statement. Thanks, guys. We have some chairs back here. Maybe if we have somebody. Oh, Hadith. That's fine. That's fine. I'll stand. I'm sure. Okay. So I want to ask each of the speakers first to give it a short opening statement. Please keep it to 2 or 3 minutes. Limit it to your reflections on what you've seen today. And how you think that applies to the markets that you operate in. And then from then, we'll open it up to a pure Q&A, so prepare your questions. Again, when you do ask a question, make sure that you specify who you're asking it to. Stand up so that we can all see you, and tell us who you are and which organization you represent. And I think we are going to start with ladies first. Please excuse me for butchering your name, but Dr. Nekesani Masekoa, who is the Chief Director of Policy from DMRE. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Michael. Good morning, Minister. Good morning, Acting Director General. Good morning, industry players. All protocol observed. My surname is Masekwa.
Okay, Masekwa, okay.
So, from the DMRE, we do believe that in terms of the LPG, we have really created an enabling environment for its expansion because of the rollout strategy that we gazetted in 2021. And we do believe that South Africa now do need to up the game in terms of its energy mix. And we see LPG playing a big role as a thermal energy for cooking and heating space. We know that South Africa is highly reliant on electricity, but LPG, the LPG industry can really come to a party by providing a quick and effective solution to household thermal requirements. So we do think that obviously there are changes that need to take place in terms of industry structure, like the minister has alluded, throughout the value chain in terms of to introduce elements of effective value add throughout the production, importation, distribution, wholesaling, and retailing. So it is important to see it as a cleaner burning fuel, and when compared to traditional fuels like coal. I'm from a rural area.
Yeah.
I can speak with the knowledge that I've used coal, I've used wood, and I've seen at my home in the rural village using a refrigerator through LPG. Its versatility, it's a source that can be utilized for cooking, for heating, and also its access. Without stable electricity in South Africa, we do believe that LPG can be used as an alternative for cooking and heating. And there is a potential really to enhance people's life and better health outcomes, whilst not negating the issue of environmental sustainability. We believe LPG can play a big role. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That's great. The voice of experience, having used coal and biomass. So that's a wonderful position and something that we should highlight, people who have actual experience of using what are called traditional fuels. And do you think LPG is better than coal or biomass for cooking and heating?
Yes, I do believe.
I'm glad you said yes.
Because it has less CO2 emission. Though the safety issues are a challenge, but I do believe it's a better source of energy.
Can I just ask, how many people in the crowd have used coal or biomass to cook with or to heat with in their past or in their rural villages? Raise your hands. I see it. So there's a substantial portion, even Mr. Minister. So a significant number of people. All right, so everyone has that experience. Thank you so much. And we have to note that you're speaking right in front of your boss, so you did a really good job. Let's ask, we heard a few references to Mozambique earlier. So I'm going to ask my good friend Claudio James to say a few words. Claudio is the MD of Petrogas, which is one of the distributing companies in Mozambique and a member of the World LPG Association. So, Claudio.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Good morning, His Excellency Minister. Good morning, Mr. Representative of UNDP. Good morning. I think I'm going to say all the protocol is observed. Okay, I'm not going to take too much because most of the things that I will talk about was already touched here in the meeting. The biggest, what you can see in Mozambique, in the last 10 years, we came from 10,000 metric tons per year to about 50,000 that are going to be this year. So it was a big, big improvement. But the challenge is the regulation did not follow. Now we are busy doing this. This is the most challenge. The infrastructure also, we start building some infrastructure basically in Maputo and in Beira. That is where we have the seaports. And this infrastructure will be not only for Mozambique, but also for interland countries. Other challenge that we have is, as Mozambique is geographically a long country, there is differences in the south because the level of deforestation is very big. Now the charcoal is very expensive, and LPG is most competitive than charcoal. But in the north, it's the opposite ways. Charcoal and biomass is very, very cheap. So it's difficult there to start changing people from charcoal or for biomass in general to LPG. In the south, no, it's different, but the most challenge is to give them the first kit. So we US country started the massification program last year. So we are finding ways just to make easy to people to have the first kit, including the stove. Basically, it's starting. There is a bit lack of funds because everything is imported for the LPG industry in Mozambique. But basically, it's going to be a success, as I can see, that we can have some experience that we can come from here. One of them is that we're going to ask, because I admit that South Africa is most developed, is more developed than us, that LPG association of SADC must be created, and they must be the champions just to make sure that it goes smoothly.
Did you say the association, a national association for Mozambique?
No, for SADC. SADC. Mozambique, we don't have yet the association. We have only the general association for all the fuel industry. We don't have an LPG association.
So a SADC regional LPG association. That's an interesting proposal. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's because we are using the same specs as especially for importation. Infrastructure is the same. We are using the same specification, and we can also share other regulatory possibilities that we have here in South Africa. Well, I'm not going to go far from this. I'm going to stop by here and then waiting for the questions.
Thank you. That's already a really good proposal, Claudio. Can I just ask, did the government of Mozambique outlaw the use of charcoal at one point?
Excuse me?
Did the government of Mozambique make it illegal to use charcoal?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No.
I remember there was a discussion about that.
Yeah, but no, because they don't have enough LPG just to supply also. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. That was a really interesting proposal, a SADC regional association, perhaps in the future. Maybe today we'll look back in the past and we'll see today as the launch of that concept. Let's turn our attention now to Zimbabwe. And we have Mr. Learnmore Nekorito, who's the Senior Economic Regulation Manager from ZERA, which is the Zimbabwe Energy Regulatory Authority. Zimbabwe, I think, as a country is quite linked to South Africa, and the industry is quite linked to South Africa, so please let us have your thoughts.
Thank you very much. May I say all protocols observed. In Zimbabwe, we do regulate the petroleum sector through the Zimbabwe Energy Regulatory Authority. So LPG, being one of the petroleum products, is also subject to regulation. And effectively, we started regulating the petroleum sector in 2011, and starting from 2015, we started collecting information as to the importation of LPG. And what we saw is that in 2015, the figures were around 20 million. But as of 2022, the figures jumped to 60 million, which is about a 67% growth in LPG importation. Starting 2021, we started regulating the price of LPG. We realized that there were big differences between the lowest price and the highest price in the market. So we thought that some customers or some consumers somewhere were actually being overpriced, because initially we thought the market was actually going to play its part in making sure that there's efficiency, but we then intervened and then started determining the maximum and the maximum price that the operators should not charge above. The LPG per capita as of 2022 is just 3.7 kgs. 3.7 kg. And we think it's a low figure. There's potential that figure should actually significantly go up. When we look at the presentation that was done in the morning, it shows that I think there's room for us to actually exceed the 3.7 kgs that I talked about. When we did an analysis of the consumption of LPG in the market, we realized that 75% of it is actually going into domestic, with commercial and industrial taking up about 22%. And transport is taking less than 1%. So the issues to do with autogas that we were talking about yesterday, we feel that there's huge potential. There is a challenge when we look at urban consumers of LPG. They still take LPG as an alternative to electricity. But as far as we're concerned, it must be the reverse. We think that LPG must be the fuel for cooking and heating in the domestic sector. And we feel that one of the biggest contributors to that is the price of electricity. It's not yet cost reflective, and we think that if the electricity price is correctly set, it must be able to send a signal, to urban domestic consumers that they must shift demand. The demand for cooking and heating must actually basically be met through LPG as opposed to electricity. Because what happens is that during the day, there are basically two peaks in terms of electricity demand, the morning peak and the evening peak. Yeah. And you realize that they are mostly caused by demand for cooking, but basically the domestic sector. Yeah. But from the utility point of view, it must basically be able to maybe import expensive imports or to bring in more expensive generation facilities. Yeah. So we think that the utility must not be put under pressure because it also puts a huge financial burden. So we think the signal to push people into LPG should actually come from the electricity tariff itself. Maybe for now I can stop here.
Okay. Can I just ask that most of the product in Zimbabwe, it comes in through South Africa, is that correct?
That is correct. In fact, I think our analysis shows that over 50% comes through South Africa, but there's also a bit that comes through Beira.
So through Mozambique?
Yes.
Beira, okay. And in Mozambique, Claudio, does any of the product that you get come from South Africa, or do they come from the two terminals you have in Mozambique?
No.
I think so.
Hello? Yeah. All the product, it comes from our two terminals. We used to import 10 years ago from South Africa, but now there is no capability in South Africa to export to Mozambique. So now we are importing everything by overseas. Yeah.
So you're using your own terminals?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. It's just interesting to understand what the flows, what the supply flows are in Southern Africa. Okay. Thank you very much. Learn more. With that, we're going to turn our attention to NERSA. Mr. Muzi Mikizu. Sorry, I butchered your name. But I've met Muzi before. I know him. He's from NERSA. I know everyone here knows who NERSA is, the National Energy Regulatory of South Africa. Muzi, the floor is yours.
Thanks, moderator, and thanks, greetings to the minister, honorable minister, esteemed guest from the region, as well as our counterparts from India. I would just like to start off by saying that the blueprint energy policy for the country is actually the Energy White Paper of 1998. And coming out of that, we've got that paper advocating for an energy mix. And I would like to say that it is very clearly articulated that LPG is indeed in the mix. It can be a matter of saying, going forward, how does one work to say, look at different scenarios, and then be able to say what is the mix going forward at a particular time period, and what are the levers to ensure that one is able to pull to get the desired mix. So it's a matter of what would serve the country best. And in the midst of the net zero challenges, the climate change challenges, it becomes important to understand the circumstances of the country and be able to then move from that point of view. And I'd just like to say that from a NERSA perspective, we have looked at this matter of LPG. And I'm glad to say that as a regulator, we operate within the perimeters set by the policymakers. And the policymaker in this instance has done a good job in terms of ensuring that the issue of pricing is addressed in terms of switching from the maximum refinery gate price to the import parity-based pricing. I will appreciate that some of us who are familiar with the refining situation in the country is that we've lost just on the north end of 50% of our refining capacity. And as a result, lost also in terms of the production of LPG in the country, and therefore must rely on imports.
Yeah.
So maybe if you allow me just to say the challenges from the perspective that NERSA sits on, is to say, first of all, this issue of product availability, as I've already alluded to, with the supply challenges. But again, we're looking at import and also the import parity pricing, and therefore need to deal with the risk and risk sharing in terms of dealing with a product that you don't have domestically. You must then rely on imports. And it's not only this product, it's also the other petroleum products. And then the issue of pricing. As NERSA, we're working on tariffs, and then the department looks at the pricing element or thereof. And I think it's important also to consider that LPG is not like electricity, where when you generate electricity, it must flow through the wires and it must be used at the other end. We've got a situation here where you can't bridge, so to say, LPG. And we've had, when I was still working for the department some years ago, we had a project where we were giving people cylinders to be able to use those cylinders. And we had the first fill. But after a first fill, then there is nothing for them.
Yeah.
And you come back, they can't use it. So the issue of poverty and being able to understand that as a country we are facing a triple scourge of unemployment, poverty, and inequalities. And the issue of inequalities is very important to address, because as we are sitting in this room, the way we look at things could be vastly different from someone sitting in rural areas, someone sitting in a township having to deal with the energy challenges that we're facing. Then there's the issue of storage infrastructure. I think there's improved regulatory data collection and processing of the data, converting it into intelligence, which is important. We have had some improvements in terms of the imports facilities built in Richards Bay, as well as Sardana Bay in the Western Cape. Recently, I think, early in this month, we approved also a license for importation by the state-owned entity, SFF, to import LPG. And then, as I said, the issue of storage facility. And then there's the issue of overlapping jurisdiction that poses a challenge. For example, in Richards Bay, you've got a situation where there is an applicant, but from our side, we've granted a license to construct, but they still need to then deal with the landlord of the ports, which is the Transnet National Ports Authority. So that they've got their own criteria to meet, and we've got our own issues to deal with, and therefore we need to be able to work together with them. There's the issue of dominance of big players or traders, where the LPG market actually is highly concentrated, resulting in challenges. In 2017, the Competition Commission of South Africa did a study, and that study, some of the outcomes of the study are being implemented. And the issue of exclusivity and competition, I'll just rush through to you quickly. There are agreements that have been found to be in contravention of Section 34 of the Petroleum Pipelines Act, in terms of allowing other new players to come in, especially new entrants, broad-based, black empowered, economically empowered companies to come into this space, which then talks to the issue of third-party access. And then there are also negative perceptions. I must state that. Issue of negative perceptions, because when there's an accident of LPG, it's like a bomb. Recently, I mean, beginning of this week, there were reports of an accident which resulted in a fire in Pretoria East Woodlands area. And when you're sitting on TV, there you see LPG box there. Then what picture is left in your mind? And now when you want to promote that, what does it tell people?
The minister actually
Thank
mentioned that challenge of fear of many people at the lower ends of the income scale have of putting a cylinder in their home. It's a challenge that we as an industry have to address, and it exists everywhere.
Thank you. I will let me maybe stop there, but I must say that we need to build on this important development of the change in the pricing mechanism, as well as the implementation of the strategy now to learn from it and then to improve. Because I don't think that there's been enough time for us to really say that the strategy has worked well, but it is important that it is implemented and we do better. I won't repeat the challenges that have already been alluded to. For example, the issue of cylinder management, cylinder hoarding, where you've got theft of those cylinders also. We are sitting as SADC, sometimes cross-border. You find that there are cylinders that now have crossed the border without the knowledge of the authorities in the country. So there are those challenges. And let me not go to those challenges. I think during the questioning and answer part, I will be able to respond to them if need be. Thank you.
Let me just, David, I saw you over there nodding. Is there something that you wanted to add? Was there anything that you wanted to contribute, particularly when we touched on the issue of price?
Yes, so first, it's a great comment there. I think what struck me also from all the speakers so far is the need for cooperation cross-border. And actually this is something that we see around the world. And this is the case, things like cylinders going missing is one thing. I was immediately brought to something from the UK where we're actually seeing illegal exports of cylinders in containers that then go to Africa, which is incredibly dangerous if you think about what you're putting in these things. And if one of these explodes, of course, the ship sinks. So I was really just thinking about like the enforcement of regulation is always paramount to the bigger picture here, particularly when it comes to safety.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mittal. Some of the challenges that they're talking about are challenges that were dealt with in India. Is there anything that you'd like to add? From your perspective, what do you think should be the first element that should be addressed here in the SADC countries in order to begin growth?
Yeah, thank you. Actually, in fact, it was very interesting to hear the challenges which are being mentioned here because, you know, the various geographies, they face very, very unique challenges. For example, the kind of challenge about illegal exports of cylinders from one nation to other. It's very difficult to even imagine that in our country because we don't have that kind of geographical connectedness to other countries. In fact, the three large corporations, the oil corporations which we have in the country, it is by design of the cylinder itself, it is ensured that cylinders do not get cross-filled by the other company. And that is to maintain, one, the ownership discipline of the cylinders, and two, that the customer also has a sense of what you yesterday referred to as the cylinder love or the company love. And by that mechanism, the companies are able to ensure a very unique flavor to their service while ensuring a universal or a uniform quality of service at an apex level from the government side. The company is able to uniquely service their own customers, and that also sort of feeds into the spirit of competition within the market. That and the second point which was mentioned about the price regulation. In fact, we have been regulating the price for all over the country for a longer time, but COVID actually presented a very different kind of challenge where we sort of stepped in. It was required for us to step in. We stepped in and we also regulated the maximum price which can be charged to the customer, just to ensure that the vulnerables don't basically left to fend for themselves. So these are the two things, and I think I can contribute later.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Okay, this is the fun part of the discussion now. I'm going to come down to the crowd. Nirvan, if there's somebody with a microphone, we've got one or two. Remember, if you have a question, raise your hand. Tell us who you are and who the question's to. I see hands already. All right, great. Make sure you tell us who you are and direct your question to one of the people on stage.
My name is Zuko Tofile. I'm with Basikes. I just want to hone in on the international parity of pricing of fuel in general. My concern as a developing country, the international pricing tends to favor established markets. An example is with Sasol, for instance, raw material is coal and it's produced very cheaply compared to crude oil. But because it's marketed or pegged with international pricing, then it costs the locals or the indigenous people more than, it costs the indigenous people the same price as it would cost a rich country like America. So I'd like the panel to sort of assist me in understanding why that is so when Africa is developing and wants to transition from biomass to cleaner energy.
Okay, well, are you asking David Appleton that question, or are you asking anyone?
I'm just anybody on the panel.
Anybody on the panel? It's a loaded question. Anyone feel like putting their hand up, or am I going to have to nominate one of you to do it? Okay, Muzi, David. Oh, now they're fighting over the microphone.
I feel having raised this import parity in my presentation, I'll start by addressing the very, very valid concerns of the gentleman. It's always the challenge that you have a mechanism for commodities, and the commodities have a value which ultimately may or may not connect to the international market. Now, in the case of South African coal, South Africa is very, very long coal. So when I talk about import parity and LPG, I'm not saying that that would need to be the case for coal and how you would then price generation based off that. We have a similar issue in the UK, actually, where electricity prices off natural gas, or it prices off the highest generating fuel, which is generally natural gas. Yet the production, a lot of it is now from renewables, which have a completely different cost basis. So that, in my opinion, that simply doesn't make sense. But it is how the market has functioned up to now. So it's not this connection to putting all of the networks together and having an international pricing basis does sometimes result in some peculiar outcomes. So in the case of South African coal, indeed, perhaps it's reasonable to say anything connected to this should have some disconnection because it's your product. Just like if you're a Middle East producer of oil, you can fix your prices for gasoline if you want to at very, very low cost. That's absolutely fine. The challenge is if you are a net importer. South Africa is a net importer of LPG, and I think will remain so into the future. And it's the same around the rest of Africa. So then if you don't price connected to the international market, the product won't come. It will go somewhere else. And you do not sell 100% of the product that doesn't arrive in your country, and people don't use it because it's not here. So I totally sympathize with the problem, but I don't necessarily think that there's a solution without a connection. You can subsidize, of course, so then you don't make that connection go to the consumer, and that's a choice that some countries make. That's a choice that India has made, but of course that costs money. So I'm sad to say I don't have a full solution to make a product which is inherently international, affordable for everybody in South Africa or the wider region. But ultimately, to get it here, it has to have that link, I believe.
Okay, we've got 3 questions lined up. There's a gentleman here, then a gentleman there, and then they're going to go to a gentleman here. The floor is yours. Please tell us who you are and your question.
Good morning. Nico van der Linden from the Independent Petroleum Group, Kuwait. I've just got a couple of questions for the gentleman from NERSA. We are a net importer of LPG through our terminal in Matola. we move product into South Africa as well, but the imported price, as everybody here knows, is much more expensive than the pricing for the MRGP. How often or when will the breakdown of the pricing be reviewed? Again, obviously we are on Saudi CP, but there are other parts that make up the pricing, and imported price is just not competitive with local pricing from the local refineries. Second question on for the gentleman from Zera. Importing product through Mozambique, through South Africa to Zimbabwe carries a 5% levy. And this ties in with a discussion for a local SADC LPG community to break down the levies to make the movement of product between countries in the SADC easier and more affordable. Because at the end of the day, Zimbabwe is the one that suffers because if there's when there's a lack of product in South Africa and even in Mozambique. So that's a few of the questions that we need to raise. And then the final one is cylinder costs. The current 300 Rand ex-VAT cylinder deposit in South Africa is not viable for importers anymore. The cylinder costs and metal prices in worldwide has increased significantly in the last couple of years. We import cylinders, but you generally tend to lose those cylinders within the first few months to rogue fillers, which leads to companies not want to put capital into cylinders to expand the LPG market. Will there be a review of the cylinder deposit pricing in the near future as well?
So that's, I think, for NERSA, right? That last question. So 2 questions for NERSA, and then one for our friend from Zimbabwe. Maybe we'll ask you to answer first from Zimbabwe, and then we can get Mkizi to ask from NERSA, please.
Thank you very much. I'll attempt to answer the question on duty. I think according to COMESA rules, goods that emanate from any COMESA country is not supposed to be subjected to duty. So we find that most of the LPG that emanates from South Africa was actually not subjected to duty based on that rule. But when you get LPG from Beira, obviously it's not emanating from a COMESA member. But we take note that South Africa is now also in a position where it is importing most of the LPG. So I think it's something that we're going to review in terms of our pricing. Because obviously, if that gas is coming from South Africa, but it's not emanating from South Africa. So it's something that we're going to review so that we also then create an even playing field. You know, when you look at LPG from South Africa and LPG from Beira that is coming from outside the African continent. So that's what we're going to do. Thank you.
Thanks again. I'll point out that that's another call for a SADC regional body, maybe sometime in the future. Muzi, you have 2 questions sitting on your plate.
Yeah, thanks for the question. I think I must just be very categorical that we regulate the tariff as NERSA, and then the pricing is still regulated by the department. And I think it is also important to note that the production domestically has decreased drastically to the extent that really to look at the MRGP from a refining perspective with the ULP 93 as a proxy is a non-starter, especially under these conditions, and when we're looking at growing the market. And therefore, the import pricing being the one that should be sustained going forward, especially when you want to increase the role or the share of LPG in the industry. And with regard to that, the issue of the cylinder cost, I think I'll hand over to Dr. Masegwa to respond to that as the official from the department, noting, by the way, that the department still maintains an open door policy in terms of discussions around the pricing elements, so that when due time comes for the review, you don't start the job from zero, but you already have inputs that have been coming through over the period. Thank you.
Thank you. In terms of the cylinder management and pricing, our framework does outline how that should be managed. We do really appreciate that cylinders are a necessary tool for the market and to ensure that there is sufficient cylinders to meet the market demand. So the two models outlined in the framework speaks of the company-owned cylinders. That is when in this model, the company is responsible for the cylinder and the customer does not have to pay the actual cost of the cylinder, but only pays a deposit, which is normal practice in South Africa. So it is important that the cylinders that are returned are inspected and checked, just to ensure and safeguard that the cylinders are saved. And then the other model, obviously, being the consumer-owned cylinders, or customer, and then the actual cost of the cylinder is the responsibility of the customer, and to ensure that the cylinder is properly maintained and importantly, when it is refilled. So these two types of models are in our framework, and it is important to ensure that the cylinders has got a sort of ownership and responsibility between the models that we have outlined in the framework. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that response. We have another question here, and then I'm conscious of time. There's a coffee break, tea break that's waiting for us. So, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Herbert Zwane from Africape Energy. I think Muzi mentioned some few critical points. He talked about cylinder management. He made mention of dominance of big players and also exclusivity. And I think as you was talking about that, I think one realized that these three have some form of relationship now. The cylinder, what we need to understand is how are we going to sort out the issue of cylinder management, because it has been getting worse. If you look at past 10 years and so on, foreign filling has been getting very bad, and I think it needs to be sorted out, because cylinders are a big cost of in this industry. So that's one thing. So I need to understand what is it that is going to be done to deal with that. And going together with that, why I said their relationship with these three, with these points that he made, is because when there is high demand for LPG in this country, you can't find a cylinder. You want to use LPG, you can't get it because you are told you don't have a cylinder. That is why you find yourself buying from these other independent people. You get cylinders from there. Now, when you don't have that, it means there is no LPG, there is no cylinder. You need to get LPG somewhere. And that is why you find the population going to foreign fillers. Anybody who can give me LPG, as long as I get a cylinder, I'm going to get it. So which actually means that if we don't, the issue of cylinder is related to supply, is also related to exclusivity and competition. So, and unless you don't, whenever you fix the issue of cylinders, it's critical that you also look at the whole other factors so that you have a comprehensive solution to the whole problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, all right. Yeah, give them a round of applause, for sure. Can I just ask, when you say foreign fillers, you mean cross-filling, illegal filling? The term
foreign filling, yeah, it's illegal filling. It's filling up someone else's cylinder.
Okay, cross-filling, which is a challenge. Okay, I think that, Muzi, I think that's to you to start off with, and then maybe some others want to weigh in.
Thanks, and thanks for the question. I think in my experience, when we're dealing with LPG, whenever you're dealing with cylinder management, there is a lively debate. And once we have done with that, the meeting is like closed. And most of the time, you know, these issues are not simple and straightforward to deal with. We engage with the industry players, also from their side, to come up with solutions with regard to this. And if they are fair enough, they will admit that is not a simple issue to deal with, especially because it's got a combination of other factors. We need to still look at issues of technology as well as law enforcement, general. So whenever there's a decline in the enforcement of law, then you will also find these problems. Because also when there's a controversy that's got to do with LPG, in terms of all the crimes that one needs to look at, it is lower in the priority list. But in terms of technology, for example, you can be able to see what's the volume of your LPG in a cylinder, and then be able to go by using another empty cylinder. So that on its own also will help in terms of you having to buy now rushing, for example. But it's not a simple matter. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Just to add, in terms of compliance, monitoring and enforcement, the department has, in the strategy, allowed for their energy inspectors to be peace officers. This is just to ensure that there is some sanctioning of those who are offenders. And I just believe that whenever there is a violation, there should be some enforcement that is there. And we have strengthened that in the PPA to ensure that they can serve summons to those who are non-compliant. But I do agree that it's a public-private partnership. We cannot, as a department or as government, really deal with the issues of cylinders on our own. We need some urgent help and to ensure that the market is sufficiently supplied.
Sure. And Kushagwa, can I ask, this issue of cross-filling, it exists everywhere in developing countries, and there's various different techniques to deal with it. How did India, because there's very little cross-filling now in India, right? How did India address this challenge?
I think the solution which probably worked for us is twofold. One is the identification of the premises of the consumer based on technology, identification of the consumer, and the type of the connection which has been given to the consumer. But more important than that is the physical infrastructure at the point of distribution and the regulatory system which we have. We are a federal country constituting of 28 states and 8 to 9 union territories. And each state is responsible for enforcing this discipline within the premises of the particular state. So therefore, this can't be worked out by state alone or the company alone or the supplier alone. It has to be a combined effort. And I think, based on what has worked for us, people can look at specific strategies and find out their own strategies. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we get lessons to learn from India. We're running out of time. It's nearly tea break. I'm going to ask our panelists, do any of you have any final comments or thoughts that you would like to leave with the gathered audience from over 20 countries and the minister himself who's sitting here? Any final thoughts? Any final comments? Mr. Nikorito, our friend from Zimbabwe.
Thank you. From our point of view, the market, I think there's still a lot of potential for the market to grow, and there are opportunities for private sector to actually invest. Among other areas, there's the issue of financing facilities for LPG cylinders for the poor communities. Because we believe that the cost of the LPG cylinder itself and the accessories, including the stove, are a barrier right now. And we think that private sector can actually take part and actually work towards increasing access in the poor communities, such that those communities can also then be part of the consumption of LPG.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Oh, I think you want to add something?
I think from our perspective is that LPG plays an important role in the energy balance. We do think that we need to address safety concerns And one of the great things that can happen is that we do want to garner support for our campaigns to ensure that there's information, education, and communication, particularly in the rural areas, wherein we believe that an uptake can be increased if people know what they're. In science, there's something we call you cannot manage what you don't know. So we do believe that people understanding gas handling, that it is a safe and clean energy, and also they can use it for their cooking and heating space. Whilst we also, I think yesterday there was an issue around the medical response and the tow truck drivers. We do believe that there is training that may be done to ensure that the response is better whenever there are incidences. And as a department, as we roll out the strategy, we will ask for support that we can increase the uptake of LPG. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Muzi has one final comment. Very brief, please.
Yeah, I think I owe it to the first person who posed the question, because you can get an answer but still be unhappy. I think that those people those entities that are entrenched in the market, they already have an advantage. But I think that moves are afoot to make sure that there is a redressing of past imbalances and there's a leveling of playing fields. And also the fact that we've also got a state-owned entity now also playing an active role in the LPG space, it will do a lot of good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Claudio, last comments?
Yeah, only a small question. Why there is no production of cylinders in South Africa? So we have always imported from overseas. It takes time. We have to import in big quantities. But if we could import from South Africa, it could be more feasible for us. If you can produce cars, you can produce cylinders, I believe.
So why is there no production of cylinders in South Africa? That's a question we're going to have to ask. There's an applause there, but we're going to have to answer. Oh, we had a question on the floor. I forgot about you, sir. Muzi, do you want to answer the question on cylinders? Okay, you answer that. Then we'll take this question. The gentleman's been waiting a long time. Please go ahead. So why are there no cylinder production in South Africa?
I would just like to say that there were moves afoot to ensure that there is a facility. That facility, the construction of the facility was started in Gqeberha, and due to other challenges, it has not really progressed to the extent that it has been awaited. But as part of localization, it is emphasized that there be local production of cylinders in the country.
Well, you already have one customer in Mozambique who's waiting for you to produce here. Sir, thank you for being so patient.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All protocols fully observed. My question is directed at Deputy Secretary Mittal. My name is Godfrey Rajul. I represent Cavania Group, one of the principal sponsors. But I'm also here speaking as a board member. I sit on LP Gas. My question, Deputy Secretary, from our beloved India. So I'm fourth generation removed. Lovely, welcome to our country. Your saturation that you've achieved in India has been short of 60 years. Fantastic. I love the numbers as an engineer. But I'm very interested to know, if you could wind the clock back, what initiatives would you do faster? Obviously, your market is different to our market in the SADC region, South Africa particularly. But I'd be interested to understand what you would do more of faster. I'd also like to know what would be the 2 or 3, the acupuncture points that you would suggest to the SADC region and this country, particularly in terms of where we need to absolutely focus. Thank you.
So if I just try to confirm what the question is, how to make this change which has happened for us faster, and what are the 2 or 3 points which can help probably. So as I already told you, I think the infrastructures were already in shape. We always had our companies which were producing, which were importing LPG. But this additional push was to really find out the problems as to why this has not really penetrated in the country. So that happened sometime in 2014-15 when we really tried to survey thousands of households, going to the field as to what really is causing this trouble, causing getting into the LPG ecosystem. So we found out the problem, and it was not a big problem. So we sort of solved this problem. And the second part of the strategy was to, was to identify the people. Because as of now, on an aggregate level, you may have a rough idea as to who actually doesn't have the access. But when you go to the households in the field and you identify people based on your technological, stacks, then it really helps you curate a particular solution for them. So this, the Ujjwala bouquet of interventions added to the Aadhaar and the Jan Dhan and the mobile bouquet of interventions has really worked for us. And to give suggestions, I don't think I'm qualified enough to give suggestions because I don't know these nations enough. But what I can say is that you're really all invited to look at what has all worked for us. For example, the problem related to cylinder manufacturing, it is working very fine in the country. In fact, right now, speaking of today, we have an excess capacity to produce cylinders in the country. And one of the reasons is that we are already nearing saturation. Almost everybody has cylinders at their home, so we don't want many more cylinders at the speed which we wanted 3-4 years back. So now we have excess capacity. Probably we can look at the model which is working for India to reaching this situation and try to see if it works for us.
And actually that sets up the next session really well because we are going to have the Indian experts on stage and we're going to talk about the Ujjwala model. And Godfrey, maybe you can ask that question again in the next session and we'll see what the responses are. Ladies and gentlemen, please give the panel a round of applause. And please give yourselves a round of applause for being a fantastic brownie. Remember, the World LPG Association is your association, and there are only two kinds of LPG companies, WPGA members and future WPGA members. So if you're interested in becoming a member of the WPGA, please come and see me. We have a tea break that's waiting for us out here. And I encourage you to go visit the exhibition. There's a lot to see there. And we will reconvene in 30 minutes, and we will be talking about the Indian model, the Ujjwala story. Thank you so much. Mr. Minister, thank you for your time and your patience. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you can begin to find your seats, we are going to move into the next session. The session that's going to focus on India. No one's listening. Check, check. Can you hear me in the back? So please begin to find your seats, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to kick off in just a moment on a session about the Indian market. The last person to sit down is going to have to pay for lunch. Panel is the Indian example, and we're going to focus on the Ujjwala story, which you've heard a lot about earlier today. So let me begin by inviting our Indian colleagues to join me on stage. Mr. Lakshmi Narayan from Indian Oil Corporation, who's a very good friend of mine, has been a very active with the World LPG Association for a long time, and I still can't pronounce his name correctly. Mr. Wadhwa from Bharat Petroleum, also a very senior member from Bharat Petroleum and a key member of the World LPG Association. And Mr. Vinod Kumar from Hindustan Petroleum is going to join us on stage. And we are going to be joined online by Abhishek Kar, who is from CCEW, which is the Council on Energy, Environment, and Water. Abhishek, is he online, or is he is online? Okay, good. Okay, so what we want to do with this session, and again, we're going to keep this interactive and try and make this as much a back and forth Q&A interactive discussion as we can before we break for lunch. We have senior experts from the three main PSUs. Those are the national oil companies that were responsible for the rollout of the Ujjwala program. I think some of the people here were actually architects of that program and have a vast amount of experience in the LPG space in India before LPG really took off, through the whole transition, and today where India's achieved 90% plus penetration. Before we do, I just wanted to comment, and I should have said this in the closing on the last session, but I think it's important to point out that in the last session, we were having a discussion with representatives of the regulatory authority on stage, taking unscripted questions from the crowd and answering them. And I have to tell you, I travel a lot, I go to a lot of different markets. That is rare. To have that kind of government engagement, I think it speaks to the seriousness with which the South African government and the South African industry are trying to solve the problems that they find themselves confronting. So I think it's a very good element, and I wish I'd pointed it out at the close of my last session. Turning our attention to India. Gentlemen, you've seen a lot today. You've heard a lot today. Lakshmi, you were with us last year when we held a bilateral meeting with our Nigerian colleagues in Abuja. I want to start off by asking you to give us your initial thoughts on what you've heard, what you've seen, and then maybe as we go through the discussion, we'll also try and get your advice for SADC countries on what you think they could do if they want to replicate or approximate the success that India has had in rolling out access to LPG. And Lakshmi, as the youngest guy on stage, I'm going to ask you to start.
I may not be the youngest guy. Thank you, Mike. Coming first to the Ujjwala story of Indian Oil, what is being talked about is only the Ujjwala, and you feel that as if the connection is given just free of cost and that's it. It's not so. As Ms. Mittal was explaining in the morning, there was a lot of foundation work done. Actually, Ujjwala started in 2016. But before that, there was a lot of foundational activity done in the year 2014 and 15. First is the identification of the individual, that's the Aadhaar, which was taken up in a very big way. Then the banking industry, Jan Dhan Yojana, where each and every individual was allowed to take a bank account, and the mobile number, mobile penetration. These three were the basic pillars on which the Ujjwala started. In fact, before that, Ujjwala, or in fact before 2014, before the DBTL started, we were more or less like what was happening in many of the countries here. We were actually subsidizing the product, not the customer. What was happening was, okay, you give the price of LPG is fixed by Government of India, irrespective of the international fluctuation. And whatever is the difference, that was being passed on as a subsidy to the oil companies. Now, in this process, what was happening was, the subsidy is being used by the people who are not actually intended to use it. Maybe a commercial organization, or somebody like a person who is having enough money. So those people were using it, and the people who actually need that, I wouldn't even use the word subsidy, it's the support. They were not getting the support. Now, the moment we started this identification of the customer through Aadhaar, we could find out there are many customers who were actually not the intended beneficiary. There were what we can call as ghost customers, or the person who were not there. All those things were weeded out, and that is what gave the government the confidence that yes, we can roll out a scheme like Ujjwala, where the connection is given to the individual, is identified. So once the confidence was there, then the government gave into the Ujjwala. So it is not Ujjwala first, it is the foundation for Ujjwala which is the most important thing which has happened, and that is what is missing in the South African countries, which what I found in Nigeria. Of course, recently I was to Kenya and Tanzania. So basically the identification of customer is the most important thing, other things will follow. That's the first difference which I find between the Indian model and the other one.
The identification of the customers.
Yes. Okay. The other portion is the moment you have the identification, then the support for the customers, support for the people who really need it. I'm a mechanical engineer. I would like to put it in the mechanical engineering term. I don't call this as a subsidy. It's a support where you say that, okay, in case if government puts up a hospital and says that, okay, the treatment is going to be a sort of at a lower cost, then we don't call it as a subsidy. We call it as a social program. And when a person gets ill, in a mechanical engineering term, I say that it's a breakdown maintenance. There's a breakdown and you're doing the maintenance. And when you give LPG connection, it's basically, it prevents the person from getting ill. So it's a preventive maintenance. And in mechanical engineering, preventive maintenance takes a first seat than the breakdown maintenance. So I wouldn't call this subsidy as subsidy. It's a sort of a preventive maintenance. It's an investment in the future. So support for LPG from government has to be there for hand-holding. It's like, okay, you just don't give a cylinder and then expect that the customer is going to use LPG. It's something like, okay, you go to gym, you'll be fit. It doesn't mean that I go to gym today and tomorrow I say that I will be fit. It has to be a practice. And if you practice it for a long time, then you know the benefit of it. So similarly, the customer has to understand the benefit. For that, the customer, particularly the poor customer who may not be that much educated, has to be handheld for some time. Once the practice sets in, the customer will know the advantage and they will start using LPG of their own, then the government can step back. Yeah. This is the second important.
So this is behavior change, essentially.
And the third one I would say is that, I would quote from Tirukural. That's a couplet which has been written about more than 2000 years back, which has everything about life, which has been written about 2000 years back. One of the couplets says that, first you plan, take the risk and then plunge. If you plunge and then start thinking, then it's bad. So basically what is required is you should understand the market, plan that first, and then go for the support. Certainly the results will follow, instead of just allowing the market to run through and then try to fix the problems. So that's exactly what the Indian government has done. First, they planned, they found out where were the problems, fixed it, then they took the plunge, so there was no going back. And where we are, everybody knows. We are to the universal coverage now.
Yeah, so it's commitment, basically. Identifying the market or identifying the customer, behavior change, incentivizing behavior change, and then government commitment and the subsidy, which we shouldn't call a subsidy. But let's talk about that. Mr. Wadhwa, how does the subsidy work in India? Can you tell us a little bit about the mechanics? And I know that you have a direct benefit transfer where the subsidy goes directly to the household or to the person, the individual. And if I'm not mistaken, it generally goes to women. Is that correct? Can you explain that to us a little bit?
Yeah, very good afternoon, South Africa, and thank you for having me here. I think Lakshmi has set the context very beautifully. So I would again say it's support, not subsidy, because so earlier we used to have subsidy where it was given to everybody. For example, when I was a consumer, I was getting subsidy about 10 years back. Actually, I didn't need it, right? Yeah. So that's how the Give It Up, what was explained by Mr. Mittal as well. So Give It Up came in. And here the support actually goes to the people who actually need it. Very, very focused approach. So the woman under the Ujjwala scheme, the connection, the consumer is actually the woman. So it brings a lot of empowerment to the family. And the woman gets empowered. And so when we talked about 9.6 crore women consumers, so the subsidy actually flows directly into their account. So for example, if the cylinder cost, the maximum selling price is say $100 or $5, so consumer pays up that much amount directly to the seller, and the subsidy, the support amounts, for example, the 50 cents, would actually flow in back to the consumer's account.
And how long, how much time is the delay between when a consumer pays and then they receive their direct?
So most of it gets cleared within 48 hours.
Within 48 hours.
So which means if I have paid the money today, within 48 hours, 90% of the subsidy will flow back to the consumer's account. there could be some mismatch into the consumer account or in the Aadhaar account, as Lakshmi explained. So there could be some issues, some exceptions, where the subsidy goes more than 48 hours. Otherwise, consumer gets it immediately.
Okay, excellent. But they generally goes to women, and that's actually interesting. Why? Why did they choose to make the subsidy go to the women as opposed to the household or the man in the house? Or
so I think the whole foundation of Ujjwala scheme is built on a premise that how do we empower women of the household. I remember sometime in 2018, I mean, under the guidance of Government of India, we went to the villages, meeting these households. And it was really an eye-opener for me because the woman of the house who was spending about 6 to 7 hours to make the basic food at home because she had to go to the nearby place to collect the biomass, come, make the food available, cook it and serve it. She was spending about 7 to 8 hours in all this kind of activities. But when I met the woman, she said, now I spend only 2 hours a day in making, serving feeding my family, and balance 5 to 6 hours I am spending in teaching my kids, doing balanced household activities, and even going out and earning some money for the household. So that's a kind of empowerment to give. So when the connection is on the woman's name, obviously the support also flows into the woman's account.
yeah, you know, I asked that question, why did the money go directly to the woman? And I think every woman in this room knows the reason. Yep, that you should. you shouldn't give the money to us men because we'll go buy beer or whatever. But no, it's an incredible insight. And Abhishek, I can see you on the screen here, and I've noticed you've been nodding along. The work that you've done in the CCEW, I noticed you spent some time in Ghana. Can you tell us a little bit about, or can you speak to this point about how the subsidy is delivered in India?
Right. So I think my previous speakers have already covered the issue that once once a household with valid documentation goes and purchases cylinder, the system logs it in that, okay, you have made the sale, and whatever the subsidy that they're eligible for, it gets credited into their bank account. It's a pretty smooth process. Nowadays, the government also provides, there's an option of getting SMS-based updates that, okay, the money has been credited to the account. So all in all, the entire beauty of this process is that there is no effort needed from the customer's point to go and go to someone, request for the money, do any paperwork, nothing. It's an automated process. And I think when we are talking about the foundation work that has happened in the PMUI program, one important thing to understand is that the IT infrastructure of the oil marketing companies is something exceptional. Means when I worked in Ghana and other countries in Africa, and when I look back at the Indian program, I see the enormous effort that has gone in, both in terms of resources as well as in terms of planning, that the data is at the fingertips of the three gentlemen who are on the panel. If you pick up any distributor in India randomly and you say how much he has sold yesterday, how many kgs of LPG cylinder to how many customers, you will get that data instantly. They have access to that data. And data in some ways is the new knowledge. If say in South Africa, there are emerging markets within South Africa where you need to know what has the progress been. You have tried out a new behavior change program, say for example, you have done a new pilot, and now you want to see how that is impacting the sales. Have the sales increased or not? The IT infrastructure that the oil marketing companies have, they can provide you with the enormous amount of accuracy what the changes have been in terms of increase in sales, decrease in sales, change in patterns. So when there is a lot of talk about, the foundational work in addition to the Aadhaar, the Jan Dhan and the mobile phone, I always talk about the IT infrastructure, and second, the supply side. Now, you have to just understand that in 5 years in India, or in 7 years since 2016, so 1st April 2016 and 1st April 2023, you have 7 years. In the 7 years, the sales have increased by 48%. So this 48% sales is not just sales of LPG. It is also a massive upgrade of the supply chain, the infrastructure, the bottling capacity. Everything had to go up in addition to the customer volume. There has been an 89% increase in the number of customers between 2016 and 2023. 89%, almost double. The market of this scale, now we have 314 million customers. So if you think of that scale, managing these things at that scale in such a smooth manner has been an exceptional performance by the Indian oil companies, and I think it is worth emulating across the global south.
Oh, thank you, thank you. He's singing your praises, guys, saying what a great job you did. But he mentioned the amount of investment that went into the infrastructure. Mr. Kumar, maybe you can comment to that in terms of, was it the government itself making the investments, or was it a joint cooperation between government and private sector? How was this massive investment in infrastructure managed?
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilly. Basically, to have a proper, successful implementation of such a big program, definitely infrastructure, robust infrastructure is required. As Mr. Mittal has put in his speech, we had already a good infrastructure, including the import facilities, bottling plants, and distributor network in place till 2014. So we have talking about the revolutionary improvement for the last 8-9 years. By that time, we had already infrastructure in place. The augmentation took place, which was the requirement for those that particular scheme. That happened in a big way, very strategically, number-wise, if you say, our LPG bottling infrastructure has increased by 40%. My LPG import facility has increased by 30%. That all happened with the wholehearted effort, under the direction by Ministry of Petroleum, Government of India, and I think done by 3 oil companies, controlled by Government of India. And technological advancement, as we already mentioned, JAM, that is Jan Dhan, that is a bank account, and next is Aadhaar, unified identification of the customers, and the mobile number. That also has happened in a very big way. See, we were also part of that scheme when it implemented. Everybody was in the field. The entire oil companies, starting from the top management to the bottom sales officers, everybody was in the field. Efforts are definitely put in. And yes, infrastructure, capital outflow was there. And that really paid off.
Did the infrastructure investments precede the growth of the market? I mean, did you have the infrastructure in place before the Ujjwala scheme really took off? Or did the infrastructure chase the growth of the market after Ujjwala? Because I'd like to understand how this is relevant for the SADC countries. From my understanding, South Africa in particular is poised for growth. Does South Africa have the infrastructure necessary to manage a significant spike in growth? Does it? Yes, no? No. So should it be investing in the infrastructure before there's nods everywhere. Okay, Mr. Vinu, what do you think?
Yeah, see, basically, as I told you, see that change of the infrastructure started, like for example, customer holding. We were having 210 millions of customer base in 2014. Now we are in 314. So we had already infrastructure in place. Entire infrastructure was there. The process was going on. But the jump in infrastructure, that has happened in the last 7-8 years. That had required a lot of focused approach from the government, definitely supported by the oil companies.
Yeah. Okay, Ashke, you were nodding. Did you want to comment on that?
No, I think good question, and what Vinod's talked about. Obviously, the infrastructure would chase the growth, no doubt about it, but initially you need to have a basic infrastructure in place. I mean, if for example, I was actually surprised and very enthused looking at the growth potential of this region. It's amazing. For example, our per capita consumption in a middle household is about 85 kg, and I believe we are sitting at around 8 kg. So that means 10x kind of potential exists. But I think in the previous session, we were talking about not having the basic cylinder manufacturing capability in the country.
Yeah.
So my take on this would be that first, we need to have a basic infrastructure in place, definitely, and we cannot wait that growth will come and then I'll invest. No, it will not happen. But once basic infrastructure is available, as the growth happens, as we expand, as consumers start onboarding, I can keep ramping up the capacities. And I'm sure the world is watching, and people will definitely come and start looking at this market as a potential market for investment.
Yeah. And so you start attracting foreign direct investment into this market. All right, let's flip this around, and let's have a discussion, and I'm going to start taking questions from the crowd, so I'm going to walk down. So if you're falling asleep after lunch, you need to wake up, because I'm going to be putting a microphone in your face in just a moment. But if you have any specific questions for our Indian colleagues who are up here, who are bringing their expertise from this incredible program that has gone on in India, please get prepared to ask it. But I want to start back with you again, Ashke, because there's one question that I think would be good to kick this off. And the question is, how should leaders of the SADC community prepare for a rollout of universal access to LPG? What steps do you think that the leaders of the countries in this region should be taking today to prepare for that growth spike that we think is coming in a few years?
So I think for such kind of intervention and such kind of expanding the footprint for LPG, that is a clean fuel in the country, probably all the stakeholders need to come together. I mean, it's not that consumer suddenly wakes up and says, I want LPG for my cooking. No. And me as a marketeer come and say, oh, look, I have an LPG and please buy it. No. So I think all the stakeholders, starting from government, the local government, the consumers, the marketeers around here, everybody has to come together to create a definite timeline-based action plan that this is what I want to aspire. I think what happened in India was, there was a dream taken by our Honorable Prime Minister then, and then everybody followed that dream, and in a time-bound manner. So I think somewhere we need to, all stakeholders need to come together, take a dream, have a dream for 4 years hence, and start penning down what is it that is needed to reach that aspiration of ours, so that all of us come together, and we, from all of us from India, we offer our experience anytime, because we are working closely, and we are here to offer those kind of experiences to make this work actually.
Fantastic. See, he's offering up his services to help your market. Lakshmi, do you have anything to add to that?
See, for the South African markets, I mean, the entire thing, first is, of course, you have to have the customer base. And without customer base, you just cannot think of expanding. Because what I have understood during the discussions so far is that, okay, LPG is being sold. You're not sure whether the LPG is used for a domestic customer or it is for a power generation or for what purpose. Now, unless otherwise you have that kind of data, you will not know where the cylinder is going, and when you do not know where the cylinder is going, you cannot do the support which is required for the poor people. Now, the moment you put the support in place, the other major problem which was being put forward is the sort of illegal filling or the cylinder of a one manufacturer being taken by other. Now, the moment the support system is in place, now let's say we three belong to three different companies, all national companies, three different companies. A customer of Indian, that's the Indian Oil's customer, he is registered with Indian Oil, and only when he buys the cylinder from Indian Oil, he will get the support of the government, which is coming as a subsidy. Now, if somebody fills my cylinder and then sells it to a customer, this support will not go. So once you have the customer database and the support, your problem of the illegal filling or the cylinder being used, that also will get covered automatically, because the customer's registration and the customer supply is being tracked. So the support will, the government support is going to go into the bank account based on the delivery. I mean, what you are asking, Akshay, about how the entire system works is, today, if a customer, let's say the starting point of the demand is a customer who has registered with Indian Oil, he wants a refill. That's the starting point of the entire process. Today, what all they have to do is just they have to give a missed call. Yeah. One missed call. Not even, he need not even talk and say that I want LPG. Just the mobile number is registered. He gives a missed call. It goes to our software. It gets allocated to the concerned distributor, and the distributor goes and delivers the cylinder. And as Abhishek was saying, sitting here, today morning, I know 2.48 million customers are waiting for cylinders for Indian. I mean, sitting here, I know that. So this type of data is there. Now, once that type of, and the moment the cylinder is delivered by the distributor to the customer, he confirms back into the software. And in the night, the money transfer process is triggered. That's why it takes 48 hours. Yeah. So I don't start the process in between the day. Whatever is the cylinder which is delivered today, at night, 12 o'clock, the the software starts processing, and in 48 hours, the money goes to the customer. So in this way, what happens? Your illegal filling is taken care. There is a law. Of course, the law enforcement agency there was no need for the law enforcement agency to step in using that law, because automatically things are taken care. So that problem will also be solved. You will know which customer wants the support, which customer doesn't want the support. The government can ensure that only those people who want the support gets the support. In fact, this one I found in 1 or 2 countries is to support LPG as a SDG goal. There is no tax on LPG. I'm not very sure it's applicable in South Africa, but I was told in some of the African countries, maybe it is there. When you do a blanket abolition of tax, what happens is this tax benefit actually goes only to the person who is already having the money. Because you say that there is no tax on LPG, a person who is running a hotel, he purchases LPG, he doesn't pay tax. A person who is affordable, he doesn't pay tax. Whereas you can tax that and use that money to help the person who actually requires the support. Yeah. So giving a blind support is not going to take anywhere. And the other one is like when you say that I'm giving the cylinder at a cheaper cost. Again, you do not know to whom it is going. What will happen? Okay, the customer buys cylinder just because it's available cheaper, and he will sell it off to somebody else. So these things will stop the moment you have a database. And in fact, that same thing I was telling in Nigeria, here also I repeat, the basic fundamental thing which is required is the customer database, and you should know who is using LPG, then other things will follow of its own.
Okay, great. So the database, the tracking of the cylinders. I'm going to come down and ask questions now. Gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Does anyone have any questions? Godfrey, you had a good question at the end of the last session. Maybe you can ask him.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Godfrey Rajul. I sit on the board of the LP Gas, and I also head up Cavania Group for the SADC region, supply of valves, gas control equipment, and the like. My question this morning is more about, from a board point of view, about growing the industry. I was very interested to hear about I think you call it Ujwala, do I pronounce it correctly? The scheme. And in the SADC region, South Africa, we are not short of ideas and coming up with programs. I'd like to understand how have you, as the Indian delegation or the government, monetized the scheme? Where did the money come from? I understand Ujwala to be a thoughtful supply chain with strong subsidization in terms of accessing the market. How did you monetize the scheme? This is my question.
See, as far as the Ujwala is concerned, first the cylinder cost. Basically, as Mr. Mittal was telling in the morning, the initial survey clearly told that it is the first time entry which was becoming a very big barrier for the poor customer to get into the LPG. So government gave the amount. That's why I told that it is, I wouldn't again use the word subsidy, I will say that it is support and it's an investment. Government was not subsidizing, they were investing in the health of the person. So government gave the support as far as the Ujjwala is concerned. As far as the refill is concerned, yes, the customer pays for it. And to there also, a portion of that, not the entire amount, a portion of that is supported by the government again.
Thank you, it's clear.
So just to add on, the initial, the hot plate, you had to buy a hot plate, right? So that was given on loan by the OMCs, by the oil marketing companies, which that loan was recovered from the customer over a period of time. So that also, so it was a combination of support from the government, some from funding from the oil marketing company on returnable basis, and obviously some additional outflow by the consumer himself or herself.
Mr. Godfrey, I'll just add to what Mr. Lakshmi has told. You should understand the customer acquisition, what the process which you have gone through. While getting the customers onboarded, the starting itself, the Aadhaar number, the unique number, each customer was having one unique number. Earlier, the census data, there was a basic unique number, TIN number was there. Then we were collecting the family composition card, which everybody was having in India. And these three documents are collected. All the three documents are gone for a deduplication exercise. Entire thing automated. There is no possibility of a fake customer coming therein. We will do it. We three companies are operating the entire exercise. If for my company, I will do within myself first, then three companies together we will do it. So that process of acquisition was the most tedious process, which made the foundation of the success.
Okay, and this acted as a way to prevent cylinder cross-filling and cylinder piracy. All of this information and data going back and forth. Looking for questions, otherwise I'm going to start calling on people. Unless, Abhishek, you had something that you wanted to add.
I would also say that one of the great reasons why PMU became at this scale, and frankly in 2016, I don't think anyone sitting here would have expected that in 7 years they would be reaching at this level and the government would non-stop continue to provide budgetary support for Ujjwala. I think it's very important to understand that LPG has now been mainstreamed in a national conversation. Before it was primarily the industry which bothered about it, and there are some regular supporters going from government. But now, the fact that you will hear some criticisms about, okay, in Ujjwala, the usage is not enough. But that is actually a great thing because now the conversation has moved away from access because it has been solved towards usage. And this is progress because now even when someone is criticizing a program and saying, hey, you are not using it enough, the discussion is now towards how do we make it more. Pre-2016, this was a discussion that was primarily limited to one ministry, MOPNG, and the three OMCs, and some ancillary people, who are in the space of energy access, who care about energy poverty and clean cooking access. Now it is a national issue. So if in these 16 countries in the ISTAC, where this becomes more mainstream as a political issue, energy access becomes a political mainstream issue, I think it is going to give an extraordinary benefit. All other things can fall in place, but this is in some ways a very difficult thing.
Okay, bringing LPG into the mainstream. I like that. That might be the theme for LPG Week in 2024 in Cape Town, bringing LPG into the mainstream. Sir.
I'd like to compliment the Indian delegation for sharing this insightful information on subsidization. But I see a lot of hurdles for our economy and the way we are still segregated. We're not homogeneous like the Indians are.
Hold the microphone.
We're not homogeneous like the Indians are. We're still, you know, when you look at the demarcation of the economy, there's an established market that is white in gas, and there's a black market in majority that still needs energy. So the level of support that the government can give will have to be done through established distribution. And what I mean is that the big four, Easy Gas, Afrox, and what have you, would have to go into the black market and become the distributors of the products, which will not be well received in rural areas where it's mostly black, in townships and peri-urban areas where it's mostly black. So it means the LPG sector has to address the imbalances of the economic structure for the Indian model to effectively work. And the other level of concern that I have is the fact that at the moment our economy is in the doldrums. We don't have that kind of money to support the Indian model. And the third one is the fact that we have to address getting black business to be involved in the total value chain of the LPG sector.
So, thank you. I don't know that our Indian colleagues are going to be able to address the challenges, the racial challenges in South Africa. Does anyone want to speak to that? No, nobody wants to touch that one, huh? Anybody? Oh, yeah, we got a hand over here. Okay. Make sure you introduce us. And if there is a question in what you're going to say, make sure you ask the question as opposed to just a statement.
Thank you very much. Once again, my name is Herbert Zwane from Africape Energy. To the Indian delegation, thank you very much for sharing the success with us. The question I just need to ask is the contribution of LPG to the Indian economic growth or GDP growth after this success. What comment can you make on that? Has it made your economy quite to expand big and to grow big because of this investment? Did you get your return on investment? Thank you very much.
That is an excellent question. Thank you for asking it. So, the investment that was made by the government, overall, what has the impact been on the Indian economy writ large? And it may be too soon to tell, but Lakshmi, you look eager to tackle this one.
Of course, I am not an economist to tell the exact impact, but by and large, I can say that this has had a very positive impact on GDP because when you talk of such a large supply chain, it doesn't run automatically. Number one, we have got so many bottling plants which has come up, so many trucks which are transporting LPG, so many distributors who are appointed, and there are so many. And when we talk of delivering 5.5 million cylinders every day in India, the cylinder is home delivered. The customer doesn't come to some place and pick up the cylinder. The cylinders are delivered to the houses of the individuals, which means that there is a whole lot of delivery person involved. In fact, for Indian Oil alone, we have got about 90,000 delivery persons. And
90,000.
90,000. And on industry basis, it will be about close to 2 lakh. So all these people have got their job based on this LPG, which means that it gives you the job for so many people. So automatically there is an impact on the overall economy. Of course, if you ask me how much of this would have quantified to our overall GDP, of course, I am not an economist, I cannot comment on that.
Lakshmi, you said 2 lakh. 2 lakh. Can you explain, for those of us who don't know crores and lakhs? And
Yeah, that's 200,000. 200,000 persons.
just in delivery?
Just for delivery.
Just for delivery. Actually, do you want to comment?
Just an empirical formula. I'm not an economist, but I think the quick math is every 1 rupee you spend on such infrastructure creation, I think the impact on the absolute level is about 2.5x. So that's a kind of impact, the rolling impact which comes on the economy. And the fact that, which example I cited, the woman who was spending 7 hours for cooking, and she actually spent time in educating the children, and those children actually grew up an educated adult, and therefore the contribution to the economy. So it's a spiraling effect which actually happens in the economy.
Yeah, it's a positive spiral. Vinod, did you have anything you wanted to add?
See, exactly what they have told, these 2 lakhs or 0.2 million delivery staff.
2 lakhs, 200,000.
200,000 delivery staffs, that is 200,000 families. 200 into probably 3 into 4. That means 800,000 members are getting more earning due to this. That is one part of it. Other than that, LPG bottling plant has gone 40%. Numbers are for increased. Related to that, a lot of direct and indirect labor. Employment has gone up. And as you have rightly said, a lot of indirect benefit other than the health. The women beneficiaries have started earning. That definitely would have given a big impact.
Okay, thank you. Abhishek, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Sorry?
Did you have anything you wanted to add on the economic impact of, on the overall economic impact of the Ujjwala program in India?
Right, so if you think at it from the other side, that what happens if there is no access to clean cooking? And that's a kind of a nice way of thinking about the counterfactual here. And we understand based on multiple studies by World Bank and others that the annual overall health, environment and societal impact of cooking solid fuels is estimated to be about 2.4 trillion US dollars, which is 2.5% of the global GDP. And this $2.4 trillion is for about 2.4 billion people. So, from a very, in a very crude manner, if you think about it, that if 2.4 billion people do not have access to clean cooking, we are having economic losses to the extent of 2.4 trillion, which is almost $1,000 per person. Now, if you think of Ujjwala, and even if out of the at this point of time, we have more than almost 96 million PMU customers. Even if you think of 10 million customers who have completely transitioned to LPG, we are seeing a transition. And so when it's 10,000, when it's about say 10 million customers and a family of 5, which means 50 million people, then 50 million into 1,000, you see that it's coming to 50 billion. So the entire idea here is that we can of course do some sophisticated maths and calculations and come up with a number of 50 billion. You can do some other jugglery, you can come with 30 or 60 or 80. However, what matters is that there is a clear evidence that every $1 given in this space is giving you at least 100x returns. There is no way it is less than 100x if you think of the health benefit, the societal benefit, and most interesting, the climate benefit. And if I may take a minute here to expand on that, while LPG is traditionally thought about is a fossil fuel, so it's not good for climate, our research has shown, and this research is again based on multiple other peer-reviewed literature, so it's not like some back of the envelope calculations. Based on significant peer review, we have shown that most of the firewood that is harvested, both in India as well as in this region, they are not sustainably harvested, which means the rate of harvesting is more than the rate of growth of the trees. As a result of that, there is a net carbon budget, which is added to the atmosphere when you are burning unsustainable firewood. So LPG actually, if you transition from unsustainably harvested firewood to LPG, it has net climate benefit. So while we talk about here market, energy, health, air pollution, we also need to think about that how transition to LPG is also good for the climate.
Yep, that's an excellent point. And that's a point that we raised during the climate change negotiations on the positive impact that switching to LPG can have in terms of the discussion on climate change for countries that are trying to meet the obligations that have been set under the Paris agreements or in the Glasgow Accords from 2022. Any last questions before we go to lunch? Yes, sir.
Thank you. I must apologize if I missed this. Oh, my name is Sibusiso Mzila. The name Ujwala itself, has it got any significance? Or does it mean something? And in the beginning, when you started with it, what was the Indian community using? Was it mainly wood, or were they already on electricity? Thank you.
Good question. I don't know what Ujwala means. So I'm kind of curious about this too. Who wants to answer, guys?
Ujwala. Ujwala is basically light. Light.
Light. Ujwala means light.
Light. It brings light to the family.
Lightning? Lighting the family. No, not lightning. Not lightning. Everyone settle down.
If I may come in, the word Ujwala is coming from a word called Ujwal, which means brightness. So of course, we can use the word light, bright, but fundamentally the word, if you go strictly by it, it means bright. And the idea of using the word Ujwala for this particular program is that when you are giving a clean cooking fuel, you are brightening up the lives of the people there. So that was kind of the genesis behind the name Ujwala.
Okay, all right. Did everybody get that? Not lightning. No one said lightning. And then there was a second part to the gentleman's question. He was asking about what were people in India using before the switch to Ujwala?
Before switch, it was either firewood or the biomass. Before LPG was used by before that, they were using either kerosene or biomass or firewood.
Kerosene, paraffin here.
And all three are, again, emitting a lot of gas. Of course, to add one more thing, I would say that in case you get a carbon credit, then the carbon credit money, whichever comes, it should actually flow back to those poor people who switch up their lifestyle from using a firewood or a cow dung. And if you're getting a carbon credit out of it, that money should actually go back to them. That can help in supporting the family. Yeah. That's something which is to be taken forward.
Yeah, the discussion about carbon credits is something that WPGA is working on. We're actually in the process of finalizing a study that will be available to all WPGA members and non-members in the next few weeks on the potential for accessing carbon finance to offset projects for cooking, switching people from biomass to LPG in developing countries. One of our members in Colorado, EnviroFit, has done some pioneering work on this. It's never been done in the LPG industry, and we think it could unlock a significant financial stream for our members that want to make investments in developing countries. So it's something which is relevant to the markets of SADC, and we'll have more information and maybe a case study for you in October next year in Cape Town. We are running out of time. Any final questions from the floor? No one said lightning. It's good to see that you guys are awake back there. There's one last question. Can we run a microphone over to this gentleman, and then we are going to wrap up and head for lunch. Raise your hand, sir. Yeah, we're working.
Hi, my name is Welicha Matibela from Mudika Holdings. I'm fairly new in this industry. I'd first like to compliment the Indian government for what they've done, because in essence, to be honest, that's what we need here in South Africa. We need this kind of intervention, and a deliberate one, to help the masses of our people, especially now that we have a problem called load shedding. My question to the Indian government is that how do we make this deliberate? How do we get the big fours or the big companies that are here to understand that for the dinner table not to be disrupted, how do we become inclusive? How do we stop talking about this rogue fillers and whatever? How do we become a unit to solve the problems that we have at the moment?
So how do you create unity within the industry?
Yes, but a deliberate one. The one that understands that there's mamas in the villages that don't even know this gas that we're talking about.
Okay. Do you want to, you didn't understand, so, Mr. Ashak?
What I could get was that how do we bring the companies who are operating here, how do they adopt this? That's what it meant. So I think this problem has to be seen beyond just a commercial interest of any organization. It's a socio-economic intervention which is required and has to be steered and led by the government. And I'm sure all the stakeholders, all the organizations which are working in this region would be equally interested if we were to talk that the sales or the consumption of LPG would go 20x or 15x from today in next 4 years. It makes commercial sense as well. So I think the lead has to be from the government side to take them along. That's how we build it together.
Yeah, you need government leadership. I mean, in India, it was the prime minister himself who led. In Indonesia, they had a massive switching program, and it was the vice president. Today, in Ghana, they're having a big program. It's being led by the second lady of Ghana. So you need very senior leadership to knock heads together, to make sure there's no interministerial competition, and to line up private sector support. But it has to come from someone very senior in the government.
Yeah, Abhishek very nicely put it, a formula of 1:100. I mean, looking at all this impact of health, social, I mean, it has a far-fetching impact. It cannot be looked at just a commercial that, okay, fine, I've sold 1 cylinder and I've made 5 cents. No. I think it's much beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Look, we're going to wrap up. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you each to give us a 30-second comment. And the comment is on what do you want the people of this audience to take away from the discussion today? What's the one thing you want to remember? And Lakshmi, because you're the youngest guy on stage, we're going to start with you.
See, we have learned the hard way, and we are here to help you. As far as the technology of filling cylinder, selling cylinder, that is there. But to build up a customer database and to make a program, we are here to help you at any point of time. We'll be more than eager to support the system development in South African countries.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mr. Ashke.
So I think LPG is an amazing fuel. And communities here deserve it rightly, and we must get it. So therefore, for that, all stakeholders need to come together. And as Lakshmi said, we are all there to share. And today, I mean, technology is way beyond what it was in 2014. So you have already solutions, ready products available. It has to just plug and play kind of system. I think it's only a intent and will which can make it happen.
Intent and will can make it happen. Vinod.
You have a 1.4 billion population story in front of you. I'm sure that with the proper government initiative, definitely it's possible. And my wish list, if you're asking, by 2030, your penetration should be as saturated as India is now. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. And Abhishek, who's joining us from New Delhi. Abhishek, take us home.
Right. So 2 things. One, you do not have to reinvent the wheel. India, as Lakshmiji has said, has done the hard work. We know the challenges, the pitfalls, what we have done, where you have burned our fingers. You can easily learn from us in the spirit of the South-South cooperation. And this is like one of the great examples of that happening. Second thing is, you need to mainstream LPG. This is a slow process, but a hard process. But over time, this is the only way you can really scale up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Abhishek. Thank you for making the effort to join us. Mainstream LPG. That's the thought I'm going to leave you with. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give these guys a big round of applause. And as always, give yourself a round of applause for being a fantastic audience. And there are some announcements. I'm not sure what they are, but Heidi's going to make them now about lunch and about what's coming after lunch.
So colleagues, wow, I'm still a little bit drunk from that session with information. Lunch will be just like yesterday again. Nomad still serves for, or caters for vegetarian, both vegetarian and the halal eating people. And all the kosher people, like yesterday, Piazza, will still serve you. And the ticket this time, today, they made it a little bit better so that the queues are not long. Hey, Michael, I wasn't trying to say this. So I think the Piazza ticket, as you go out, the ladies will direct you there. They are there to guide you. And the Portugallo tickets are a little bit further towards the end, and the Piazza, what's the other one? Portugallo, Nomad. Oh, Nomad tickets are also as you go out. Please take note of that. And can the Indian colleagues please stay in the room with us, please? We'll appreciate it.
And finally, we will reconvene in 1 hour. So that's at 2 p.m. to kick off the afternoon program. Thank you very much. I'm Michael Kelly. This is the WPGA. Welcome to the show. Ladies and gentlemen, find your seats. We are going to kick off in the next 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, start your engines. Okay, we're going to get going on the after lunch session. We're going to be discussing an overview of market conditions in SADC, and this is a moderated panel. The panel members are joining us. So again, to keep this lively, we're going to ask for your feedback, for your input. Same situation as before. When the microphones are circulating, if you want to ask a question or make a comment, raise your hand, tell us who you are, and focus your question. Let's avoid mini speeches from the floor, please. I'm going to pass it over to the one, the only, Khadi Bulai Dichlabi from LPG SA, who is going to be moderating this session. Khadi. No, here. Floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. So it will be passing through? Yeah, you will pass through, please. Share. Yes, I appreciate it. I said I don't want to stand, but I feel like I should stand. You know why I want to stand? I'm with the captains of the industry, Mr. Makubela. I feel so honored because these are captains of the industry. But let me just introduce them a bit. I have to read a bit, and I'll be fast. And I really did cut their CVs short. Okay. On the side, I think we met Mr. Claudio James earlier in the previous panel, I think in the first one in the morning. Mr. Claudio, as we said, is from Petrogas in Mozambique. He is basically, he came from the food sector and food and beverage sector, and then somehow he got passionate about oil and gas and renewable energies. Then he chose our LPG. to come and work full-time there. So Petrogas, as we said, or Petrogas, as we said, is an LPG distribution company based in Mozambique. They offer solutions for companies and domestic customers in different geographies throughout Mozambican territory. Welcome, sir. And then we have Mrs. Nokwanele Konde. Those who know her, of course, is Sis Knox. I call her Sisi only, so when I'm busy saying Sisi, you must just know that I'm referring to Sis Knox, but she is Mrs. Nokwanele Konde. She has about 20 years of experience in an oil and gas sector, 8 years in IT sector. I always like when people switch careers and come into LPG or oil and gas. And we know that she established a world-class trading desk in Petro SA when Petro SA was merging with SFF, Suker and Mogas. Mosgas, yes, Mosgas. And she really pioneered what today we know as BEE in many ways, and don't argue with me about it. But then she founded WASA in 2008, which is an independent black women-owned and controlled petrochemicals company, and also LPG distributor. And then on the side, we have Mr. Harry Shelton. I didn't practice your surname, right? Yes. So can I just apologize first? The session was supposed, your program is saying Mr. Matthew Costello from Petrogas. We have since established, of course, that Petrodec is the family, what is this? Is the parent company of Petrogas. So Harry met, same story. So when the other one couldn't show up, I said, you have to replace with one of your own. I'm not going anywhere else. So that's why we see Mr. Harry Shelton here. He's lucky I didn't swingle anything out of him yet. He is the head of supply and marketing and development in Petrodec onshore. He oversees the Petrogas downstream investments in India and South Africa. Should I step and say Africa? Because I read some stuff and you wrote South Africa here in your CV. So Petrodec, as we know it, is a major LPG trading company and one of the largest LPG ship owners. Yeah, he wrote those 2 LVCC business. I'm gonna skip them. And they have 3 import terminals in India, or in the Indian Ocean. One of them we know is in Richards Bay. And basically, Petrogas runs their wholesaling division or distribution division in the SADC region. And then we have, I know I wanted to read the youngest one later, or the oldest one. And then we have Mr. Philippe Hulblik. Is the co-founder and the CEO of PayGas, a French South African startup that pledged to supply affordable clean cooking gas to millions of low-income homes in South Africa. PayGas is basically an energy tech startup. Interesting. That provides clean cooking, like I said, to low-income customers in South Africa through a patented cashless refilling technology. We're going to hear all about that today. It allows customers to refill their cylinders with the gas quantity they can afford. Remember yesterday? We were talking about that. And as little as like 50 cents USD. Interesting. Yeah. They are headquartered obviously in French, but currently have activities in South Africa. But I also know that they are in the SADC region and Sub-Sahara, literally, all of it. And then we have the youngest, I don't know, I think I'm still trying to make up my mind about him. Jason. Jason is from a company called Energy Bank, the bank with BANQ. So not bank with the money. Remember that. He is literally a process engineer, you heard yesterday, and a business developer, project manager in the oil and gas and resource manufacturing for power generation, energy technologies development field, in the energy technology fields. He is currently the director, of course, of Energy Bell Consulting, a niche group that is on the development of and implementation of oil and gas and green energy related projects. Lady and gentlemen, welcome, and I'm honored to have you. So I hope I'm gonna do this justice. I'll just start with Mr. Claudio from Mozambique. There's the mic next to you there, please. Just to start with you, the session is all about challenges and opportunities in the Mozambican industry. This time around, we basically just saying the industry, not at government level. We want to understand from the industry's perspective, what is that when we want to, set up the SADC region LPG association, like you suggested earlier, what is then that we will be trying to tackle as a region? But from Mozambique's perspective, what are those opportunities? Just give us an overview of the market there.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, basically I'm going to give you a view of what is Mozambican market. So the pricing is all controlled by the government. So you are not allowed to put your price in all the steps of the industry. So from there, all the companies must import with the same procurement agency that is called Imopetro. So you place your orders, Imopetro goes after the traders, and you have now annual bids. So then you ask for them to annual bids, and then they supply. You used to be supplied by Petrodec some times ago. And from there, also we have mainly 3 companies that are operating now. That is Petrogas, this is Galp from Portugal, and this IPG with the name of IPM in Mozambique. Our market is about 50,000 this year. So we are growing very well from last 10 years, so very rapidly. And what we see we can do. So Mozambique has three main ports, and in 2 big ports we have terminals. That this terminals is not only for our market, but it's also for interland markets, including South Africa. We have sea, but parts of South Africa are supplied by our terminals. So what you can say is we will have some impact in the regional economies, and especially in LPG, because this is the only door or the best door that they have to import their product. Countries like Zimbabwe or northern of South Africa, their logistics will be very good or very cheap if they use our logistics plan. In this moment, like next year, we're going to start having our local production from the Sazal Temane. They will produce, in the beginning, going to be about 30,000 tons per year, and we hope they will increase that. And I don't have the figures now, and we expect that the other big projects of LNG that we have in the Rovuma Bay will also produce big quantities of LPG. So that we think that in the future we're going to be one of the suppliers from the region. So this is the biggest impact that we think we're going to have in the region. So then we don't know what impact we're going to be in the prices at that time, because we heard in this morning gentlemen saying that, okay, regionally you can put our price depending on what we can see in that. So we think that we have going to be a big impact on the region. The problem that we have is also another infrastructure. We are not using too much railway, that I think is the best. I don't know why, because we have railways, we ship to Zimbabwe, we have railway to South Africa, but it's not used. when I started this business in Mozambique, we used to import from South Africa with railway, but now no more, only trucks. I don't know what is happening with Transnet, but they don't have. So it could make the product much, much cheaper and avoid all this mess that we have in the border, because trucks stay 2 or 3 days there at the border. So if you could use the railway, it would be much better for us and for you, South African. About Mozambican market, we have one market that in the south, we have 90% of our consumption. In the north, we don't have too much. So now we are trying to develop that market. We want to hear from you how it will be easy to develop quickly this market. We have a lot of people there. Most of the people is in the north, but one of the reasons is because the biomass is very, very cheap compared to LPG, and the south is the opposite. Biomass is very, very is very expensive because of deforestation, basically. Related to the market, I don't know if I think it's all from now. I can ask another question.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you. I had some questions, but I think while we're there, Ms. Knox, for South Africa, what would you say are those challenges, or just an overview of the market as well? You can give us a snapshot.
Thanks, Khadi. I think for the whole of today's session, people have been talking about challenges and opportunities, so it feels like a repetition. But I think I can just maybe touch on those that have not been mentioned earlier on. Overall, the market in South Africa is an exciting market, given the potential it has, tremendous potential for growth. And for me, that is the biggest opportunity right now. And the biggest threat to that opportunity is our failure to act on that opportunity and our failure to facilitate the conversion of that opportunity into reality. Then operationally, or at a level lower than that, I think, as I said, many people have said a lot about opportunities and challenges, but for me, under supply constraint, which is one box that has been mentioned, what the gentleman from Mozambique has mentioned is the railway infrastructure. And for us, that is still a challenge as well, which creates a lot of weakness logistically in the supply chain. And I think this is the time that the likes of Transnet and other parties that are involved in that setup actually do more to change that. The lack of cylinder injection, because that also talks to supply, especially the 9 kg type of cylinders, which is what Mr. Zwane was talking about earlier on, saying, hey, that when there is no gas, there is it's because there are no cylinders. It's true. Sorry. In winter, when there is even gas available to supply, what you do not have enough is the cylinders that are required to move the gas. So that is another challenge that the industry should pay more attention to address, and speedily so, under the supply constraints. The second box of constraints is pricing. We know we've got the methodology that came out, the strategy that came out from DMRE, which, thanks to DMRE, addressed the import parity issue versus MRGP import parity based on petrol and not. But I think the actual challenge now is the higher prices of LPG. If my makulu down in my village in Olani is paying 30 rands per kg for gas, that's a no-brainer. She can't afford it. And question is, how do we make, how do we change that dynamic? But it is a challenge. The third box of challenges, which have not been mentioned earlier on, is actually the high electrification of the country. because that affects the conversion rate or the switching from electricity to gas. For example, for thermal cooking. Mr. Gumede yesterday said a lot about this, and but that issue, the fact that we've got such a high conversion rate as a country on electricity, is actually now coming to haunt us as an industry. But good for the country overall, but for us industry players, it actually has retarded or contributed significantly to the low conversion rate or the consumption per capita of LPG, which is sitting at about 8.6% as a country, hardly 2 kgs above the average of the sub-Saharan market, which means really we're not better off really than the rest of the continent, and especially if we compare ourselves to other countries like Nigeria, like Cote d'Ivoire, where you see double digits of that. And then the other one, which I think is unique to South Africa, Khadi, is the interfuel competition, mainly competition between IP and LPG in our country. I mean, you have LPG marketed about, 500,000 tons per annum. You've got paraffin consumption about 1,000 or 1 million tons per annum, and only 300,000 metric tons of that go into domestic. Where is the rest going? And yet the IP market is sort of supported better than the LPG. I mean, there are no taxes applicable, but is that the right thing to do? Is that if the 700,000 metric tons is going somewhere else, not into the domestic market, and yet it's still subsidized by not being taxed, is that achieving the objective of what it was supposed to do? And how can that be used as a lesson or a learning to bring LPG on par or to address the challenges that we have on LPG? And that's for the controller, I think, to have a look at it for us. The other one, Khadi, that was not mentioned is the fragmentation of the industry. And our industry is fragmented. It's fragmented because we are different players, different levels of development, different interests, no coherency, but it's also fragmented from the policy perspective. So we need to find a coherent approach or a way of working together as an industry for the common goal, right? Which is to convert the potential into the reality. Yeah, that's pretty much.
Okay. I'm tempted, both you, and you said a lot, both you and Mr. Claudio. You said a lot, but two things I got in common. Rail networks. I'm not supposed to say this, but pricing, but at a different angle. And I want to go back to them before I come to the rest of the thing. So how then do we solve that? I mean, we are good at pointing out the problem, but we rarely say it out loud. What are the potential solutions? To both of you, how then do you suggest we take this on? Because I think that's why we're here. Try to learn, but at the same time, as the minister said, find solutions. But in your views, how then do we tackle that head on?
Well, for the railways solution, it's difficult for me, it's not my area, but I believe there is some kind of, I don't know, what can I say? It's not because it's not feasible, because the railways is already there. The trucks, I think they're still there, only they are not being used. So I don't know why. In Mozambique itself, it's how we design our economy since the colonialism. Most of the railways are coming from the sea to the hinterland countries. We don't have a railway that connects all Mozambique. This is another investment, big investment that is in the plans of government, but is not prioritized. They are now busy with the electrification. So this one solution is to put the railway for the internal communication. But we have from Beira to Zimbabwe, we have from Maputo to South Africa, and we have to Nacala to Malawi. So the villages that are in this circuit, they can be served by the railway. Relating to the pricing, yeah, this is also have to be with the scale. Our industry is too small. That's why you need to import altogether. We don't have the better opportunities. If I find out for my company, like a partner, I can say better, I can give him a better price. I cannot use this opportunity. I must go to the government. So it will be difficult when the government is controlling all the chain of the prices. I don't have a solution now. We're thinking about that, but we don't have a solution. It's very difficult to tell it now. Only when we start producing in our country, now we can have opportunity to put down the prices because it's a local product, depending on the costs. I don't think it's too high, but depending on how the government is going to see to put down the prices. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to recap, Khadi, you were asking or zooming in on railway.
Yes, so
And what
I
else?
mean, like you said, you mentioned the challenges that are brought by obviously pricing and infrastructure supply. I mean, through supply, and both of you, I picked up quite clearly issues of pricing and issues of rail into that.
Yeah, and your question is, how do you address those?
Yes, how do you
Yeah.
address those?
Look, again, a lot has been said about how those can be addressed, and I think I can only reiterate. One big thing in our context, South African context, being policy. Policy that supports what the industry is trying to do, or even what the government is trying to do, right? There's a lot of interventions, taxes, subsidies, grants, all that kind of stuff, which can contribute to the issue of affordability of LPG to my grandmother, Eolani. And the minister spoke to that earlier on. But we don't know how much has been done or is being done to actually do that by the government. That's one area. We as an industry, for example, we have done a lot of subsidization, and again, I might be challenged with this, but I know one of the panelists yesterday, Mr. Kumede, challenged the industry to subsidize the equipment, and I was sitting there and thought, but the industry is already doing this. I mean, if you take the cylinder system now, your deposit is 350 rands, right, for cylinder across the board. And yet a 48 kg cylinder is costing you 1,500 rands, pretty much. And we've been doing this and subsidizing the equipment in that form. Of course, there are different forms. And I think the government needs to meet us halfway on such things. On the IP matter, which is the fuel competition, again, there's a pricing element there. In the sense that you have two competing products which can be complementary depending on how they are applied and how the regulation itself is applied. You're trying to stimulate demand for and grow the industry for LPG, but what you are doing is actually not doing that, in real, through that. You're actually promoting the growth of the IP option at the expense of LPG, put crudely. And the department itself did something a while back. Those projects, if you recall DDG, that there was one in Atteridgeville, there was one quite a few of these, way back, maybe it was ahead of your time. But the timing is now, because those projects actually prototyped what we're asking for today. But they were never rolled out. I mean, there were subsidies there were cylinder injections by the government, there was you know, the drive to support the switch from IP to LPG through various interventions. And we need to see that, we need to revisit that, and of course we know more now, and we can definitely even improve even on those. But the point I'm making is already something was done, but there was no follow through on that something. If we can just go back and revisit that and build up on it, we could be far.
Okay, thank you both. I'm gonna switch gears a bit, and I'm moving to Harry Petrodec. Investors, there's no question about Petrodec's investment. What are your views with regards to the challenges that are potentially contributing to investors not coming into South Africa, SADC region? What are those challenges that as an investor you would say, in general, they may not be directly to Petrodec?
Yeah, I mean, that's a good question. I think everyone's alluding to debottlenecking the supply chain, making it cheaper, easier to move products throughout the SADC region. And, you know, one of the simple answers to that is investment in infrastructure. So that might be the rail loadings you were talking about. It might be additional storage in Mozambique. It might be additional storage in Zimbabwe. It could be a storage in inland depots, large inland depots to ensure security of supply. So investment should be encouraged because that will help drive down the prices and increase the security of the supply, which is two major factors to making a successful industry. I won't speak about South Africa per se, but I would say that we operate around the world, and a good investment market is a market where there is a clear policy on, so LPG policy, a long-term roadmap like that the Indians have implemented. Everyone knows where they stand in India. Having, transparent pricing, I think, is something that South Africa has now done very well. I think it's a well-regulated market. But transparent pricing is extremely important. But governments can also help investors in the private and public sector. They can, can give tax support, and that doesn't necessarily have to be a tax cuts or anything, but maybe tax holidays for investors, so they pay the tax later, or they can recover the VAT or GST as they operate their terminals, for example. In any country, the international market works on USD. In South Africa, it's ZAR. If you can have freedom of movement of currency, it's attractive to investors, for example.
Okay, thank you. Jason, you nodding. You do a lot of work for people who want to invest into the energy market. And what would you say some of your clients, without mentioning their names, are concerned about?
Okay, so a lot has been mentioned. I think it all ties together, but there is something to speak to South Africa about, and that's that it's not as mature as some other markets. So just in terms of the pricing, I mean, that is something that we're still learning how to do. I mean, if you think that to land, I won't put Petrodec on the spot, but the price that LPG lands at or reaches the gate at is less than half of the end-use price. I mean, if you look at, you mentioned now paying 30 Rand a kilogram for LPG. There's other prices going around the room. If you ask people, they're paying 33 Rand in Rustenburg. They're paying over 40 Rand in PE, over 40 Rand a kilogram. So it's just doing the high-level calculus in your head. It does not make sense that exploration, processing, shipping, storage, the handling costs can be, let's call it 15, 16 Rand, I'm being conservative, at the port, and then you buying it at 40 Rand a kilogram. Where is that other cost coming from? So there's, and that's double handling and all that kind of thing. And we need to be careful that, it sounds good to say put up inland terminals and things like that, but that just adds additional storage and handling and throughput costs, and that's not necessarily going to drop the price. We see it even in the diesel market, so that's a mature market, but you get better diesel costs if you have a tank at your facility and then you're doing point-to-point delivery rather than and cutting out some middlemen, and then you get cheaper prices. It would be exactly the same for LPG. So getting your storage as close to the point of consumption is one way to drop prices, and that's not necessarily inland terminals, because there's still going to be, you know, another aggregator on top of the port aggregator and so on. So that's something we're still learning in terms of maturity. The other thing in terms of maturity is that if you did have to put up terminals or railway and everything like that, that adds to the price, because those assets now still need to be paid off before you can see the benefit of having them in place. That's just on the pricing side. That's something to think about and really investigate. You know, what kind of regulation are we having? I know we're supposed to have a maximum retail price. But when you speak to the guys in faraway areas and you say, guys, this is above the maximum retail price, they say, look, it's far. So you're going to pay what you're going to pay. And that's not what it should be, because then the end user suffers. And then even if you had accessibility, you don't have affordability of the gas. So those two need to go hand in hand, price-wise. Look, there are energy banks, one of the companies that has, you know, started this initiative now with having the gas bank, which allows consumption of gas at the point of consumption and allows for point-to-point delivery, and then you can see your gas prices drop significantly. And what helps that situation is that investors into industrial facilities or switching industrial facilities to gas now will generate that logistic route or that demand for wholesale LPG at that point, and then the community can benefit by saying, all right, we're already getting LPG delivered to that area at wholesale prices, now the community can benefit from wholesale prices as well. And that will drive the price down, because the rest of the people in that area will have to lower their price, otherwise they're not going to remain competitive. And so that's one thing, is that there's not really maturity in the pricing structure yet, and that's a hindrance to investment. The other part is uncertainty in terms of, yes, LPG is a transitional fuel for how long? When is natural gas going to get you? When is LNG going to get you? You don't want to make a large-scale investment into something that's only going to be around for 2 to 3 years. That doesn't make sense. And there's a lot of noise going on about this LNG going to be available 2025, by 2030. So with that on top of an investor's head, there's uncertainty. There's a lot of noise going around about hydrogen. So, you know, we always look at 10-year look-aheads, 20-year look-aheads. If you do think now, if anybody can predict what it's going to look like in 10 years' time, it's going to be very difficult. And then how do you back an investment decision off of that?
He touched on customers, end user. And Felipe, you are with the end user. You get to experience the end user more than anybody, I guess, on the stage. And I'm going to put you on the spot. What is the end user thinking about LPG? And if you were to articulate on their behalf, because you are that close to them, what are they saying that we are not hearing as an industry?
Thank you, Radhi. So, yes, I will speak about the 300 million people in the SADC region. And we need to understand who is the final client. On the last mile delivery, the client is someone who got, unfortunately, low and irregular income. Okay, so today I'm selling stuff, I got money, I got 300 rand, $15, I can purchase a cylinder. Tomorrow I didn't sell anything, and my gas is finishing. So gas is perceived for our client like something with a bit of constraint. You need to purchase a full cylinder. You oblige me to consume a full amount, a regular full amount. And this is not their power purchase. So if you compare a bit the perception of gas, it's like, if I compare with the telecom industry, 30 years ago, there was a landline. You got to pay your bill end of the month. There was a very few part of the population who can afford to pay the landline and the phone. Then, 30 years ago, MTN created the pay-as-you-go for cell phone. And since they created pay-as-you-go, then telecoms, mobile phone, become worldwide because they adapt to the power purchase. So if you can find a solution to say, look, you can top up your gas from 10 rand, $1, $2, then they're starting to come to LPG. So the real problem is having a fixed amount of product compared to a low and irregular income. So, and this is a global problem in SADC and for 2 billion people in the world. So the perception of people is, as soon as you give me flexibility, I can go to LPG. So that's the perception we got from the client.
I'm going to switch a bit, right? The gears a bit. In the earlier session before lunch, the gentleman from India mentioned that Ujwala was directly directed at women and to address certain issues of women. As a female in the industry, tomorrow we will have Win LPG, but I needed to take advantage of this session. As a female in the industry, would you say your challenges are different to those of the male-led organizations? Or would you say you're pretty much facing the same situation with maybe just unique
Thanks,
situation?
Fadi. That's not an easy question to answer. I think at different levels, you have different experience based on the gender, right? One, there's an issue of representativity in our industry for women. And from that, you have fewer voices or weaker voices as a player in the industry. And that is a soft issue, but it actually translates to a bigger issue, an issue of one being heard, and an issue of being in the mix of business opportunities that are there, an issue of bottom line, as in now being excluded, being sidelined, being only in the periphery because you're not there, you're not in the big boys league. Funny, I mean, this comes to my mind. When we did the East London transaction a year or so ago, one gentleman commented, talking to me saying, "Oh no, now you're in the big league, no, he didn't say big league, he said, now you're in the boys league, Nokonele." I was like, what's that? But that is true. There is a league, right, which you can be in, you can be out of, and before you get into it, there's a lot that you have to do to prove yourself and be resilient. And by the time you get there, you're probably so tired. And that's why many people, especially women who came to our industry, have left the industry, right? And joined other industries that are probably much more open, much easier, because of these small or soft things that become big things because they mean actually being excluded from the market, or access to the market being an issue, access to funding being an issue. So yeah, I've experienced that, and it's a challenge, I think, for every woman. Not only in our industry, but other industries as well. Women are faced with a similar
situation. Thank you for that. Jason, I'm taking advantage that you work with different energy streams, not just LPG in terms of your work. What should LPG and only LPG do to not be seen as enemy of the state and be taken seriously by policymakers? I mean, we do know that the department has put up the policy, the strategy to roll out, and that's why we are here. But the industry itself, I still do believe it's not taken seriously, and hence we get to be a target of many green scorpions. You are a fossil fuel. How do you call yourself green energy or clean energy? What should we do as an industry?
So the one thing is to really display the benefits of LPG, but on a level that the policymakers understand. So it's to, you want to align with the policymakers, then align with the policymakers. So you can show that LPG is greener. It's maybe not always as obvious as it seems. So we talk about LNG being greener than LPG, but is that really the case when you consider the methane slip and the processing that goes into LNG? It all depends where you draw the box. You can show that LPG is greener It's definitely greener than coal, it's definitely greener than diesel. That's obvious. You can show that it's more accessible and reliable right now and secure right now than something like green hydrogen. It's a parity with LNG and natural gas. But you can also show that LPG has got other benefits in terms of lowering the amount of percentage of salary that's spent on what's a basic need, like a cooking fuel. You can show that it's safer than paraffin because it heats the food up to a higher temperature, it heats the water up to a higher temperature, and that means that the community then is going to be in a better state than if it was using paraffin. You can show again that it's, one, actually cheaper, and then more environmentally friendly than using hardwood or charcoal. So when you understand what the policymakers want to achieve, you can show that LPG can help achieve that. So it's sitting down with the policymakers, making sure that you can support their policies, and then you'll be taken seriously.
Thank you. Right. Philippe, I think I'm going to come to you. Are we embracing technology enough as an industry? Are we embracing technology enough as an industry? I mean, I think David Tyler is gone. The first thing I've ever heard from him was LPG is so behind, not just in South Africa, globally, with technology, or at least adoption of technology. Are we embracing it enough and using it to our advantage to drive our own industry?
It's a very good question. I've been all over the world, and I came especially in South Africa because this is a country where you got the super high tech and also a lot of low-income people, and I think the technology is only on the purpose for the client. We don't develop technology just for the beauty of it. It needs to serve a purpose. And I think what is really nice is in industry which is quite conservative, LPG, there's a way to innovate a lot, because I think historically we were serving more upper class, middle class, industrial, but when we go to address to SADC or emerging market, the majority of the market is domestic market, is households. And these households, they can't afford to purchase a full amount, $10, $15. They don't have $15 in the pocket at any time of the day. So technology, if you look to Ubers, you look to any technology, you can really make it affordable, accessible, and LPG is great because there's a great room to deploy technology and make more people accessing to it. So yes, definitely there's a really good potential to deploy technology. We don't use it very much. I remember there's some country we do delivery. It's like, wow, the state of the art. But delivery is done for Uber in 15 years. So we see, I think that as soon as we address the right client, who are the non-client of gas, then technology is just enabling to reach them.
Thank you. I'm just going to go to you quickly, Harry. Yesterday, we were all excited, or at least I was the most excited, speaking about, we were talking about in the room power generation, we were talking about auto gas. And if they were to happen tomorrow, do we have enough storage facilities, I guess? Do we have enough places to cater for that market growth that may happen or that should be realized? I mean, we're still trying to grow the domestic market, but if we were to add the likes of autogas and power generation in the mix, do we have enough? Are we going to find ourselves where different streams are fighting?
Yeah, Petrodec's been delivering gas to South Africa for many, many years now, since the early 2000s, and we recognise the need to build the big storage at Richards Bay with our partner Bidvest. And why? Because with the bigger storage, you get the economies of scale. So that's a price advantage for the market. Yeah. Is there enough at Richards Bay currently? Yes, is the simple answer. Typically, when you have a storage, you can turn it 3 times over a month, 2 to 3 times. We've got 6,000 tons there, the combined pressurized and refrigerated tanks, and yeah, it's got more capacity, definitely. If the demand's there, we can also look to add storage at Richards Bay, or the market can add further storage other locations, or Richards Bay if they want, increase Saldanha, Cape Town. So the lead time for that is going to be probably at least 3 years, though, for additional large-scale storages to be built. I think that, you know, the South African LPG demand is growing at a really good, fast pace. You know, we're seeing our import demand, you know, over 10% per annum. We've definitely got capacity to import and sell to our clients, the retailers, more gas for sure. Propane for auto gas, or propane for power generation, for those that weren't here yesterday, we can segregate, we deliver on the ships segregated propane and segregated butane. We can segregate tanks at the storage and load propane if needs be. So hopefully that answers your question.
That answers my question. Thank you. We have enough opportunity.
Yeah.
I will leave it at that. Mr. Claudio, we are all here to learn what we can do for each other. What can the SADC region do for Mozambique? And what can Mozambique offer to the SADC region with regards to this LPG, whether or not as a transition fuel or as a fuel to stay here forever? We do believe it's here to stay forever, Jason. We don't believe it's really a transition fuel, and at least many of us in the room. So what can Mozambique do for SADC, and what can the region do for Mozambique?
Okay. I'm going to start what SADC can do for Mozambique. We can share all the knowledge that you already have, especially in the regulation, safety, technology. Second thing is, because we'll be suppliers of LPG, yeah, not too many barriers for us to sell our LPG to the region. That's one of the things, because it's one market. Don't start putting barriers. The third is that we would like to have some investment in our countries. Now we think we need to put some storage in Maputo and some in Bairano, but in Maputo, just to. We have a lot of requests, but we don't have enough space now in Maputo for storage. We are looking for investment there. That's one of the things. And we want investment for the regions, which would be good for us.
Thank you. Before I come and ask you for your closing remarks, I think we will not be doing the room justice if we don't take advantage that there are other SADC countries in the room that may want to share on their challenges and how we all can help each other, or at least from the learnings that we've had so far, how we can all work together to solving our regional problems. Can I check from the industry's perspective, Lesotho Faith Gas, are you in here? Faith Gas, do you want to say something, add into the discussion? Please. Please help with the mic.
Hello, everyone. My name is Senate from Lesotho in Faith Gas. Although we are a very small company, but we've been trading for almost 2 years now. But the challenges we are having now, it's besides what other countries have, mostly training. If LPG SA can help us with training, that would be more than enough for now. Thank you.
When you say training, do you want to elaborate? Training in what sense? Cylinder fillers, and I'm not promoting LPG business, by the way, LPG SA business, but it's important to understand, because some of the battles that we realize, even in South Africa, is simple things as cylinder filling. Is a problem, and it's contributing to some of the challenges that we have in the country. So that's why I'm asking for more elaboration.
Okay, ma'am. cylinder fillings mostly because in Lesotho we don't have institutions that train on how to fill cylinders, on how to installation. In fact, let me say everything concerning installation, filling. We don't have any institutions back home. So if maybe LPGSA would help and take us under their wings for those.
Noted. Thank you very much. I'm not answering you now. I could see she wants an answer. Class, is class in here? Class Mofokeng? Is class here? Please don't hide. Okay. Yeah, he's here. Class, you've just, you were in South Africa, and you got the opportunity to go and work in the markets of Zambia, I believe, and Tanzania. Any learnings you have done so far? Any challenges that you have experienced that we are sharing in common?
Good afternoon. I think we are on the right track as a South African market. However, something that we are sort of delayed behind compared to those markets that we've indicated that I'm responsible for, online sales of LPG, way advanced. So for me, that's an opportunity that South Africa can take advantage of. But besides that, the markets are sort of the same. All the issues and the challenges on LP gas cylinders, supply constraints, pricing, competition, illegal filling are sort of universal. But something which I think this industry needs to take advantage of is to strengthen online sales. You know, there's a lot of home delivery services that happen in those markets, which South Africa can actually benefit from. Thanks, Khadi, for the hijack.
Thank you. I haven't finished. Zimbabwe, Paddy Gas. Prince, are you here? I purposely didn't check before. Thank you.
Sure, really. So for us, I really think that in Zimbabwe, what we need is really to access ports like Matola. In Matola, we really find it very difficult for us, really, because we have to come from Zimbabwe, go via South Africa for us to go there. And we really think that there should be a way where in Zimbabwe, Zimbabwe, Mozambique, and South Africa, there should be a way where our trucks, they don't have to dock at the border between Mozambique and South Africa. And then also we do the same between Zimbabwe and South Africa as well. So our pains, they've always that our trucks, they have to take longer. So as we are talking about ways to enhance our trucks to move from one place to other, I think there should be a way where we need to reconcile and make sure that our trucks, they have to go from one point to another in a manner which doesn't make the expense a little bit, to make the transport part of it to be fairer. That's my opinion.
Thank you, Prince.
Thank you.
I know Botswana, Bera is in the room. Bera, while you are the regulator, just to maybe give us an overview with regards to Botswana's challenges, if you can, Abutisipo, bring yourself maybe to the industry issues.
It's a surprise. Thank you very much. My name is Sipho Makuruta from Beira, Botswana. Basically, we have a lot of issues that we always think of, and we always think the public can come to an assistance for. One will be the transportation, as Prince has just mentioned. We have a problem when there's a strike in South Africa. We have a problem of gas reaching our place. We will be struggling very much because, remember, we are a landlocked country. And being a landlocked country, we don't have any storage facility. So when there is a strike around South Africa, definitely that's a blockage to us because we won't be receiving anything from that day. So we are likely to have a shortage of gas within the country. And the second thing, again, as I've mentioned yesterday, it's all about the theft that is very high with regard to our country. Theft, of course, it's caused by our two things. Maybe for scraping purposes for scraping purposes, or two, maybe for exportation. Because we have found ourselves losing a lot of cylinders within our country to an extent that we don't know what is the best way of doing it. Yesterday, one lady was talking about the tracking device. I'm looking forward for that to come forth so that it can come to our assistance, because definitely we need a tracking device in terms of cylinders. And the third one will be most of the people within our country who are selling LPG gas are international companies. We don't have people within our countries who are already on the process. And on its own, it's a disadvantage, because at one point, if these people decide to go out, what happens to us? We'll be struggling. So far, we got about, plus minus about 6 wholesalers running the country. But out of the 6, it's all about maybe one company with a shareholding of Botswana. The rest are international countries. So on its own, it's a disadvantage to us. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for your contribution. I know I put you on the spot. We don't have much time left, but I will give the audience, before the closing statement, maybe 2 people a chance. Who are you pointing at, Nivan?
Thank you very much. I think one of the other problems that we've got is that we don't have storage facilities to keep strategic stocks. In other words, we're basically living from hand to mouth, such that if there's serious disruptions in supply, we're dry from the word go. So that's an area where we actually need to address quickly. And I think based on our calculations, we need something like 6 million liters. 6 million kgs of strategic stock, so that at least we can push for something like a month. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Nawabia is from South Africa. I'm not going to choose her, and purely because she's from South Africa. However, I'm going to open questions, 2 questions only, and Nawa, I'm going to give you that opportunity to be one of the questions or a comment to the audience. Can we give other people a chance if you have asked questions during the day, or give other people who haven't done so a chance? Nivan, start with Naba. Is it Naba or somebody else? Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. So I'm Nabawiya Mustafa. I'm from Sunrise Energy. I just wanted to say to the team, we are opening our RFQ for capacity for 2024,
Naba,
24.
that's not for this stage. Sorry, I have to cut you.
Okay,
I
cool.
can't do that. I
Okay,
can't do that,
cool.
yes.
Okay, so I just wanted to say that just for the team's understanding, we're infrastructure and throughput facility. We're in Saldanha at Sunrise
Sorry,
Energy.
Naba, I'm
Yeah,
going to cut you off. I'm sorry. Give the mic to somebody else. We can't allow self-promotion.
Can I just say the last thing?
No, sorry.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry. Can we give somebody else a chance to ask a question? I had to be firm.
Hi everyone, Wandile Kumete here with the Central Energy Fund.
Sorry, yes, Seth?
It's Wandile Kumete with the Central Energy Fund, the implementing arm of the DMRE. I'm hearing the gentleman talking about issues from infrastructure to a lot of other things that needs to be done in terms of investment, right? And I guess it's not a question per se, but a comment to say, as government, we are open. We want to partner with people like yourself that want to build storage, that want to build ports, terminals, you name it. We are open. We want to work with all of you. If you have an idea, a business that you are working on that's in the energy space, we are more than welcome to contact us, and then let's work together to try solve this energy problem that we have in the region. The whole value chain, we are working there. Maybe a bit of background, the Romco line from Mozambique to South Africa was Secunda. We own that with Sasol. We are the shareholder of Petro SA. So we have experience in the space, and we want to work with other companies as a strategic investor in trying to secure energy for all. So it will be amazing to interact with all of you guys and see how we can all secure energy for the region. Thank you.
Just in case that you didn't know, Central Energy Fund, they report to the Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. I won't say it means their government, but nonetheless, they are a government agency. Another person, please? Okay, I think I'm going to come back to my panel for your closing remarks. Sis Knox, let's start with you.
Thanks, Khadi. Not much. I think the main message from me is that there's nothing new in what's been said here today, right? We've been having these discussions, these sessions over the years, and nothing new at all. But what encourages me is that it feels like the industry itself is new. It feels like the LPG industry is new. It's young because where it's at in the development cycle, it's actually not an old industry, given the potential, given the things that still need to be done. And our focus should be on doing those things so that we can take this industry to the level it should be at.
Thank you. You already have the mic, Felipe. Your closing remarks.
So what I would suggest is asking to each people in the room, who are your non-client and why? So it's very important from an energy product driven to understand that we need to be customer focused also, because our market are people who are not consuming gas today, and this is where the industry wants to go. So who are your non-client today and why? That's my last question.
I'd say my main takeaway from today is that the wider SADC region needs help in debottlenecking the supply chain, because anyone in South Africa far away from Richards Bay, and certainly those in Zambia or Botswana, Zimbabwe, etc., need solutions to debottleneck the supply.
Thank you. Mr. Claudio, I will come then.
Yeah, I'm going to finish as I started yesterday. We need to have a regional organization that can help us develop as the same way, at the same time. So I've seen that South African Association is the most developed. So I will ask you to lead this process. And I think next year when we come to South Africa, we'll have some developments on that. Thank you.
Accept the challenge. Jason?
Thank you. So, yes, so there's a number of countries in the room, and I think it does make sense for us to work together. So we've brought it up and hinted at. It's something like, cross-country aggregation will not only make the suppliers happy, but it'll help everybody in dropping the price. So things like that we can definitely work together on. Even in everybody now who's mentioned that they need inland storage or stuff like that, please speak to us. We know how to do it. We can help with that. So don't be shy. I think, Energy Bank's one example of somebody that works with organizations like CEF and with the storage suppliers. We can help, we can assist. The people who can help you are there. And then the other thing is we need to make sure we don't box LPG into just one little box. The market is changing. LPG has become much more than just a cooking fuel. We spoke about power generation. We spoke about things like using it for chillers and coolers. There's other technologies which are coming into play right now. I mean, you could use LPG as a source for green hydrogen. We need to keep abreast of that so that we don't get left behind as a I want to say fuel source. As you know, using it for green hydrogen is actually something else. But LPG is a very versatile fuel, and we need to make sure we see where the market is going and see where LPG fits into not only the market now but also in the future.
Okay. Thank you. I know for me this was a difficult session because I'm sitting with you captains of the industry, but I really did hear what you said, and I do believe our regulators in the room heard what you said. But at the same time, we need to remember public-private partnership is not about one side, it's all about together, working together in achieving a goal. And the next session is probably just about that, working together to achieve a goal. And thank you for your time. Please give them a hand.
Okay, everyone. We are going to have a break, tea break, and reconvene in 30 minutes. So at 4 p.m., be back here for the final session of the day. All right, ladies. All right, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to kick off the final panel of the day. Congratulations, you've made it this far. Our last panel is about Framework for Cooperation, the Indian model for SADC, and it is going to attempt to summarize and synthesize the learnings of the day and give us some takeaways for us to think about as we return to our businesses and to our daily lives after this summit. To moderate today, we have Tamsin Rankin Donaldson, who is actually working with the World LPG Association. And she's going to be the moderator. I'll hand it over to her, and we'll begin.
Thanks, Michael. It's great to be here this afternoon. Sorry, if we can just kick this off because there's a gala dinner, so if we can take a seat, everyone switch your phones off. We've got a fantastic session this afternoon. So as Michael mentioned, I'm with the World LPG Association, but based here in South Africa. So it's my absolute honor to be hosting this watershed panel this afternoon. The Honorable Minister challenged us with a question this morning. How do we improve and increase LPG access and consumption in Southern Africa? And that's exactly what we're going to look forward to addressing in this panel this afternoon. We've had a full 2 days of learning, sharing, looking at challenges, opportunities, and insights. And this session aims to provide a framework that we can use to take our industry forward, and one that builds on the growing cooperation between India and South Africa. So I'm joined by an esteemed panel of experts from across India and the SADC region, and we're looking forward to a lively discussion today. So just remember, this session is all about you. So we're going to be coming as quickly as we can to the floor, and we're going to be putting this back in your hands. So we're looking forward to your questions. So please do raise your hands when we get to it and ask the questions you need to ask. So first up, we have Mr. Makwabela, who is the Deputy Director General for Mineral and Petroleum Regulations at the DMRE. He's a chemist by training, and his portfolio includes compliance, fuel and LPG pricing, supply, licensing, and mining regulations. Thank you, Mr. Makwabela. Can you please provide us with your key takeaways from today's discussions?
No, thank you very much, Tamsin. Good afternoon to the fellow panelists, and most importantly to the members who are attending this conference. I want to first extend my gratitude and appreciation. I think this is a well-organized conference, and I'm quite excited about it because I have had the privilege of being converted to LPG by some very important citizens of Africa, amongst them, Kande Yumkela. I think everyone would remember how the role he played within the UN family on, clean cooking. So I think let me start by saying that what we are trying to do is not easy. Nothing is easy. And I was saying to Mr. Shifularo earlier that there are people that are not in the room that should be in the room. And maybe it's something that we'll have to consider going forward. Amongst the partners that we need to make this successful in the region is our customs authorities, because, and border management. Because, for example, cylinder movements in and out of borders raised by Botswana, a big challenge in our country, is enabled by easy, access to the border. and these cylinders just go across. Now we need a framework to deal with that. But let me talk about the takeaways as directed. I think market integration for me is very important. India is a big country, but they were able, through the leadership of the Prime Minister, to get the whole country, all the states behind this program. So what we need in SADC, for me, is that we are going to have to, perhaps not at the level of a head of state, but we've got to have champions in each of the countries, and then make sure that we can put this family on the agenda of SADC. The other issue that for me has been very firm in India, and which I think we have to look at, is alignment, regulatory alignment. When colleagues were talking in the interventions from different countries, there is a need for us to learn from them, but also in other countries in the region, but also to impart some of the knowledge that we have gathered in this country. Very importantly, also again, the issue of infrastructure. I think it's key. We talk about infrastructure in this country, but it's all concentrated on the coast. And we need to start moving inland. Some of that bulk infrastructure needs to follow the market, needs to be accessible, easily accessible, for example, to the Zimbabwe market, to the Botswana market, and so on. The issue of, I think, strategic stocks that has been raised earlier. Then we have to find an organized way of managing filling plants. And for me, I think the conversation, again, the people who need to be in the room are the metros. So the municipalities need to be in the room. For us to succeed, we will need the major metros to be in the room. A lot of the crime, illegal filling, and so on happens within their jurisdictions. So we need to lobby for stricter bylaws and make sure that we're able then to make an impact. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Makubela, and I'm going to stop you there because I'm sure we've got some fantastic items to continue discussing this afternoon. So you've mentioned champions in each country. Let's have a look at customs. Let's have a look at infrastructure. Those are some key takeouts, and hopefully we can address those a bit further in this session. I'm going to segue now back across to India with Mr. Lakshmi, who has over 3 decades of experience in the oil and gas industry and currently heads the LPG sales function at the Marketing Division Head Office of Indian Oil Corporation, which controls the sale of LPG to nearly 150 million customers. So, Mr. Lakshmi, what have been your key learnings from the last 2 days?
Yeah, thank you. See, I've been hearing about the problems which many of the countries in this region have been talking about. And it just reflects about what we were about 10 or 15 or 20 years back. So we were in the very same position. Like one of the major problems which today you are facing is about the illegal filling or the cylinders being used by one manufacturer's cylinder, one company's cylinder being used by another or by unscrupulous elements. More or less, we were at the very same stage, but not on the cylinder. When our subsidies were on the product, not on the customer, what used to happen is the LPG used to be diverted to commercial use. So in those days, what we were doing was, even though I was supposed to be a sales head, I was doing everything other than sales. I was doing only policing. So when our entire energy was on policing, what was happening was the supplies were impacted. To give an example, today with 150 million customers for Indian Oil, the number of customers who are booked for refill and waiting for refill as of today morning is 2.4 million. 2.4 million, we supply about 2.6 million every day. That's about just less than a day. Now, I talk of say 2010, when I was heading what we call as an area office, which is a part of a province. And there, only for that small area, the number of customers who are waiting for LPG was 1.5 million. Now today, the entire country it is 2.4. That's simple reason is we have stopped policing and we are concentrating on sales. So as long as you are going to struggle in this cylinder unscrupulous elements filling the cylinders and trying to track the cylinder, the sale is not going to pick up because you are going to concentrate only on how to protect your cylinder and not to sell. So if there are policies in place which will take care of this, then you won't have this problem. As simple as that, see, you say that no, the governments cannot subsidize the product here or the companies cannot subsidize, but the moment you say that I am going to sell the cylinder or take a deposit for the cylinder which is much lower than the market and you don't even know to whom it is going, then this sort of problem is going to remain. So unless otherwise you fix this problem first, things may not go forward. This is one of the most important takeaway, which that's the first one I take it. The second problem which was being told is one of the question of adaptability. The customers have a fear. Now, one thing which we missed out in the morning was we also have an insurance policy for the customers which is taken by the oil marketing companies. So in case of any unfortunate accident, and LPG being a dangerous product, you can, and when some 300 plus million households are handling LPG, you cannot avoid accidents. Accidents do take place. But we have an insurance, so in case of any accident, the customer's damage is being given by an insurance and the customer doesn't pay anything for that. And it is not a very big amount for us also. If I really calculate back, it comes to less than 0.2 or 0.3 cents per cylinder for us as an industry. So 0.2 cents, we take it as an insurance premium, and this gives the customer a lot of confidence. So this is something which we can think of if that is a bottleneck. That is, if the customers have a fear, then maybe an insurance by the marketing companies, it will give a lot of confidence for the customers. And last but not the least, as far as the adaptability again is concerned, you go and the oil company, whoever is the LPG marketing company, you go and try to convince the people in maybe specifically the rural areas or the poor, they are not going to take it. They will always look at you as somebody who has come to market. In India, for Ujjwala, the same problem was there. Like when you go to the poor people in a far-flung area, if I go and then try to give a sales talk, they will look like, okay, this person, he has been given a target by government, so he has come here. We don't do that. In the panchayat means it's basically the women of the village. We asked maybe some 50 or 60 women to gather and ensure that at least one woman from that particular group has been given a cylinder at least a week or 10 days in advance. And she will come and explain what is the change she has found in the 10 days or 15 days. And it's something like in school, for the children, whatever you may say, the peer pressure is the one which makes them learn more. And same way, it is, if one among the population is going to tell the other women, saying that, yes, I'm using LPG for the past 10 days, 15 days, and I find it really useful, then the reception will be much, much faster. These are the 3 takeaways which I see.
Thank you, sir. I think those are some great learnings there. So stop focusing on the policing, start focusing on the marketing and the sales. And that's a great insight. We actually have a similar insight here within Southern Africa as well, as get the people within the community to be your brand champions. So there's also a great opportunity there for jobs and empowering particularly women within rural communities. I'm going to move across to Fani Chifalara, who is the Executive Director of SAPIA. SAPIA represents the collective industries of the South African petroleum industry, and Fani also serves as the executive committee member of the South African National Committee for the World Petroleum Council. Thank you for being with us today, Fani. If we could get your thoughts on the past few days, what would be your key learnings that you've taken out of these discussions?
Yeah, maybe let me also start, by expressing gratitude and thanks to the organizers of this summit, and thank you very much for bringing our Indian colleagues delegation. I think the numbers that they've been mentioning in terms of the difference that LPG is making in the market, it's unbelievable. If you are a South African, 150 million customers. Something that you dream of, like in a country like South Africa. But the most important thing is that we are learning the possibility of how far we can take, the LPG into this energy mix, within the South African context. Good afternoon, esteemed ladies and gentlemen, the guest of this summit. I think, there's a lot of things that I've learned personally from this summit in the past 2 days, particularly to say there's a role which everybody talks about, the role of LPG in the energy mix, but there's very little a demonstration of seriousness of implementing what we already have in place. Because it's not as if we are in a policy vacuum. In the case of South Africa, we know the government policy is that, they regulate the MRP, or maximum retail price, there's MRGP. That is clear, it's there. That is the way to go in terms of how we want the rules to work in this country. Then, at the same time, we've got in terms of in the case of South Africa, we've got policies that are geared towards how do we want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions going into the future, and what is our ambition as a country. But the issue or the role that can be played by LPG in all of that to address the key issues that we have as a country, or problems or challenges that we're facing, is the one that is not emphasized. If you think about the jobs that can be created by this industry, I'm just listening that if we were to get 25% of the numbers that our Indian colleagues they are talking about, what will be the impact in the number of jobs, whether you're talking about in the delivery space, in the filling plants, and the new entrepreneurs, they will find that there's opportunity in this sector. So I just look at this to say this is a missed opportunity in a country that is faced by high unemployment. We can really make such a big difference. That's a one thing to say, maybe rather than thinking about what need to do, how can we implement what we have in place? Finally, the issue of support, I've noted that they don't really like to call it a subsidy. It's a support mechanism that is geared towards the indigent citizens in the country. I think in the case of South Africa, we've got a well-established program that really kind of already identify who are the people who are indigent. Because if you go to the metros themselves, already you apply if you want to get some sort of a relief in terms of rates and taxes. So that means at a local government level, already we've got an idea of who are the people. Beside that, if you look at the SASSA grant recipients, I'll easily say they all qualify for that sort of a support mechanism, without having to reinvent the wheel to use the established system or database. We can really know who our customers are front, and we can have a targeted approach that we can make sure that, we roll out the strategy that, the DMRE has just, finalized. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Fani. And I do want to circle back to that approach of using our grant system as well. There might be some innovations we can maybe discuss around that a bit later. So thank you for sharing your insights. I'm going to move across now to Chiletsi Rumotsetsi. Not only has Chiletsi been with the Total Energies Group for 7 years, she's also worked in the Department of Energy for 9 years as the Chief Director of Energy Planning. Not only is she the MD of Total Gas South Africa, but she's also the Vice Chairperson for LPG SA. Chiletsi, what are the key things coming from today's sessions for you?
All right, good afternoon, and thank you, Tamsin, for that. Now, without fear of repeating what my colleagues have said, I think for me, first and foremost, I think one of the things that always comes out in sessions such as this is the need for policy direction and policy clarity. And I think for me, that really came out quite clearly. I had the opportunity to actually brief the minister with my colleagues, the MD of LPGSA as well as the chairperson 2 weeks ago. And in that meeting, he clarified for him the importance of LPG and the importance of LPG in addressing the current supply challenges as well as universal access, basically reaching the masses, rural, remote areas and the indigent. And that came out clearly across today in his speech earlier this morning. And I think, again, this also is something that comes out quite clearly in the LPG rollout strategy that the Department of Energy has published. And in that, it also talks about doubling the LPG market, looking at various sectors, not only the household sectors, but different sectors. So I think from a policy point of view, I would like to think that at least we can say that we clearly have our marching orders in terms of that. Now, the key challenge then is the implementation. And I think also, during the course of the 2 days, the people have been highlighting several challenges in terms of rolling out LPG specifically to indigent households. But with that as well, I think some of the key things, without repeating all of them, I think issues of affordability, free biomass, and also availability of cylinders and perceptions of cylinders were themes that came out across yesterday as well as today. But I think it was also important to highlight, what was highlighted is that to be able to address those types of issues, government support is actually required. And I liked what one of the speakers from the Indian companies that indicated earlier when he said that the program that has been rolled out in India, he doesn't like to describe that as subsidies in terms of getting that to work. But for him, he perceives it as, or rather chooses to describe it as government supporting end users to use LPG and making an investment in people's health. And that is because LPG is recognized as something that actually, or an energy carrier that actually addresses many issues, health being one of them, helping the women actually have more time available to participate positively in the economy. And again, I think one of the things that he also mentioned, which stuck out for me, was when he indicated that even the women now are actually available now to even educate their children. And so I think there are so many benefits, and the benefits are clear. And I think with that clarity in mind, it makes it without a doubt that this is actually something that we need to focus on. And I think us as an industry, as different role players in this, I think this is really an opportune time for us with that clear policy direction and concerted effort by government to actually really take this on and really work towards achieving this doubling the LPG industry. But I think it's also important to note that without relevant government support, I think such programs would probably not go very far, and we'll find ourselves a few years down the line actually having similar conversations. So for me, those are I think I'll leave it there. But those are some of the key things that actually, in addition to what my colleague has mentioned, also really stuck out.
Fantastic, thank you, Letsi. So some really interesting insights there. We also heard from Mr. Dava from the UNDP this morning as well, how he said that providing LPG access addresses a range of the Sustainable Development Goals. So LPG is most certainly well poised in terms of SDG 7 attainment, SDG 5 on gender empowerment, so really a needed fuel within the Southern African region. Last but most certainly not least, Mr. Baptiste Clerc, who is the Easy Gas Group Program Director. Baptiste has more than 20 years experience in the downstream energy market across Western Europe, Asia, and Africa. So indeed, a highly skilled panel here and highly experienced panel. So Mr. Baptiste, Baptiste, what are your key learnings that you've taken over the last 2 days?
Thank you, Tamsin. Thanks to everybody here, to the organization, to the guests coming from near and far. It's been a very rich 2 first days for this summit. A lot has been covered during those 2 days. I may repeat some of the messages that have been captured by my colleagues here. I think basically us all here as actors, facilitators, regulators of the LPG sector, we all are indeed convinced of the role, the critical role that LPG can play in the energy mix, and especially at a time of energy transition. However, we also do realize that the further development of LPG in our territories depends or relies on a multiplicity of different factors. Some of them are supply related. Is there a local refining production in your territory or not? Are there sufficient, accessible, adapted infrastructure for imports? Is the logistics capacity, in-country logistic capacity sufficient, safe, reliable? I'd like to remind, because it's very clear for us in South Africa, but maybe some of our colleagues from other countries don't realize that within a few years, South Africa has come from a vastly predominantly locally supplied market with a number of refining productions to, within a few years now, majorly import country. And this is a change over such a period of time that is extremely disruptive. And still, despite this disruption, LPG has been growing in the market. So this is to show how there is a lot of will and motivation from all actors to further develop LPG. So this is on the supply side. On the demand side, the other factors where we've discussed them a lot, some of them are about the use of LPG and new perspective. We've heard yesterday about autogas, which is still very limited in South Africa. We've heard about LPG to power, which also could offer some major development. So the further expansion of LPG towards new uses is definitely some avenues that can be explored to expand LPG. We've discussed, I won't cover this a lot longer, but obviously affordability of LPG is also a key aspect that has been mentioned already by my colleagues. So yes, a lot has been discussed. I think it's been very instructive, but what I would say is that I see this summit not as a goal, but just really as a starting point. We've been raising new ideas, we've been starting some engagements, but what I'm really further looking forward to is to pursue those engagements. Those seeds have been planted. Now it's for us to keep on nurturing them and being sure that we implement the action plans that will enable to successfully develop LPG in the region.
Fantastic, thank you, sir. So that was a great ending there as well. And well, LPG, as we know, it has over 1,000 applications, and you alluded to some of those new applications of LPG. Just a side note, if you're needing to learn more information about those various applications, we have the Exceptional Energy website, which is run by the WLPGA. So your sales team can pop on there, and you can have a look at the different applications and how you can best market or position those within your market markets. But jumping back to the session again, we're here to establish a framework for cooperation. So I stole my son's dictionary the other day and I had a look up on what a framework is. So it's an essential supporting structure. So if we can keep that in mind when we start to open up to the floor for questions, we're looking for moving forward. So yes, there are challenges we need to address, but if we can have the questions aimed more at what are the next steps? Okay, so what is the forward thinking on this? So I'm going to start to open to the floor, but I'm going to kickstart off some of these questions. So one of them is with Mr. Makubela, if I can send it back to you. How should SADC approach collaboration? We've had all of these discussions over the last 2 days. How would you recommend that we commence that collaboration?
Okay. No, thank you very much, Tamsin. Well, we have frameworks for collaboration within SADC. For example, there's one on renewable energy. And that one is there, and it reports regularly to the summit. There is one on energy, but I don't think LPG features, prominently there. So I would want to challenge the colleagues within the different countries within SADC that let us at the next conference report back on what we've done as representatives of government to put LPG on the framework of SADC. So we have a structure within the region, particularly Botswana, Lesotho, Namibia, and Eswatini, where we meet regularly to discuss liquid fuels related issues. Now, I think we should look at expanding that, perhaps starting there, to have an LPG, session within that, and then try and get it to within, the SADC agenda. But we will need some kind of framework which we can sponsor. We can sponsor that. I think we can take that as an action. My policy colleagues are here. We will take it and sponsor it within SADC ministers' meeting. Thank you.
That would be amazing. Thank you. So we've heard it. Where's Khadi? We're going to have the framework provided, which is going to be incredible. Khadi, do you have a question on from that table so far?
Not on this
so
side.
anyone
No,
with
we
hands
have
up,
some
we go
questions
for it.
here.
So if you can state your name and organization you're from, and if we can keep the questions quite concise and to whom you direct them to. Thank you, sir.
My name is Andrew Guri from the Zimbabwe Energy Regulatory Authority. It's not a question that I have, but maybe just a point of information regarding regional cooperation in terms of regulation of LPG and LPG equipment. We do have a regional organization of regulators in the SADC region called RERA. It falls under SADC. And one of the key issues, one of the key tasks of one of the subcommittees on petroleum and gas is LPG regulation. They are meeting right now in Livingstone in Zambia. And one of the items on the agenda is the cross-border smuggling of LPG cylinders. They're actually discussing that on how the regional regulators can go about curtailing or limiting the illegal flow of cylinders. So I think there is something that is happening. This forum can also maybe pursue, and I'm sure the efforts will be complementary, but something is being done by the regional regulators. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I don't know, Mr. Makabela, if you want to add anything to that with regards to any of the discussions. or we continue on to the next?
Well, I think what we can do then, because NERSA is part of RERA, so we just need to make sure that we feed whatever information we need to feed onto NERSA, and then they can then represent at least the position of, of the department, because I think the difficulty is that whereas in other countries, the regulators are responsible for the whole value chain, it differs from country to country. And that's where maybe the disconnect is. But again, I want to go back and say, we can't leave our customs. So whatever discussions are happening at RERA, we need border management authorities and the customs authorities in the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. More questions outside?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. My name again, Sibusiso Mzila. I'm here on my private capacity. However, I am employed by a freight and logistic state-owned company. One question, or rather one comment is, it is quite obvious that we are being cajoled into LPG, and Mr. Gumede and his NESA, if he had his way, he's even going to hit us in the pocket for electricity consumption. Now, we use electricity because we are being aspirational and we are being affluent. Now, when we take up LPG, if he gets his way, the domestic market will change to LPG. However, in the domestic market, there is a very big percentage of non-paying customers. How are we going to handle that? And one more thing is, when I use a gas stove, I burn my food almost every day. And that is a challenge. But if he's going to get his way...
Sorry, sir. If we could bring this back to LPG. So I understand what you're saying. Yes. I understand what you're saying, but if we can bring this back to LPG, because there are certain elements we can't control. So when we do move those potential consumers across to LPG, I'm sure we will have mechanisms in place to ensure payments of those. Yeah. But if you could maybe bring the comment back to LPG, that would be great. Thank you, sir. Any more questions for our panelists?
Does anyone else burn their food?
This side. I'll teach you how to cook without burning your food with LPG.
Thank you very much. My name is Herbert Zwane from Africa Energy. The DTG spoke about the issue with regard to the fact that some key stakeholders like the metros are not in this room in terms of ensuring compliance and so on. Because this is an urgent matter and LPG is a great opportunity, is there any way in which you can set up intergovernmental forum to make sure that all the issues that needs to be addressed with the metros and the municipality in terms of ensuring compliance, that they get the agency that they require, so that next year we don't talk the same thing, we talk progress from the discussions between the different levels of government. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're talking about a disconnect between government departments. Mr. Makavela, it seems you're the popular one on the panel today.
Okay. No, thank you very much. So this one is a difficult one, dealing with the Metro's colleagues. So it's not going to be an easy discussion. Reason is a lot of revenue of the Metros comes from electricity. So, when you have LPG displacing electricity, they ask themselves, where is the revenue going to come from? So even we've had those thoughts to say, you know what, we must have an MOU between the mayor and the minister and all that. But then when we started asking this question, what about when they ask us about the revenue, what is our response going to be? Perhaps we can say we will solve your non-paying customers challenge. But look, I think let's deal with this, have one on criminality. I think we all want to, reduce crime as much as we can. If we can eliminate it, even better. And I don't think they would have a problem with that. But I think where the difficulty is how do we convince them to work with us, with customers, to do the switching. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And actually, Mr. Lakshmi, do you have any insights from the Indian government? How do you get that, provincial government working with local metros in terms of the LPG industry? I don't know if you have any insights to share with us.
I'm not getting the question exactly. Can you repeat the question?
So how do we get clearer cooperation between the various government departments to ensure that the industry moves forward? How were you able to achieve it?
See, basically, as far as the government departments are concerned in India, as far as LPG sales is concerned, it's driven by the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas. And the rules of particularly any other regulations which are there, which are basically routed through the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, so we don't have that much of issues as far as the regulations are concerned. So I don't think that we have really faced that right from beginning, because LPG is a product which is there for more than 50 years now.
Okay, thank you. Baptiste, we've heard a lot about challenges. We've heard a lot about challenges with transportation, theft, illegal activities, etc. In your view, what obstacle can hinder the further development of LPG in the SADC region or Southern African region?
Where we've talked, yes, indeed, about illegal operations, about affordability. One point that I'd like to point out as well is really maybe the misperception about safety of LPG in some of our markets and territories. I mean, I've only been living in South Africa for a year, and that's something that's very surprising to me. Even only last week or 2 weeks ago, I was reading on a WhatsApp group some person asking, but are we even allowed to have an LPG bottle indoor? And that's the level of understanding about our industry that we're facing. So there's a lot of misguided fears about our product. Some of it is probably due to the fact that not all safety standards, not all actors and operators apply the right safety standards. So it's for us as an industry, indeed, as a first priority to ensure that all the standards are defined, right, and applied. And it also falls upon us as an industry to rectify this misperception of the greater public towards the safety of LPG. And I can only adhere and support the latest actions from the association, LPG Association, with respect to this campaign that has been launched and that is pursued right now in awareness of public towards rectifying this perception that LPG, if rightly used, is indeed much safer than the alternative fuels that are being used. So it's a campaign that has been launched, that we are supporting, that has been defined for now for a year, but we can only plan to extend it and expand it, because it's really quite critical and will be topical for, and it will be an important obstacle that will be lifted for the development of LPG if we manage this awareness campaign well.
Wonderful. And yeah, so we'll be hearing more about that campaign in tomorrow afternoon session. We've got a communication session where that will be addressed. It is quite critical that the industry remains safe and sustainable, and we saw that in the discussions during the Good Industry Practices workshops yesterday. Michael, do we have more questions? Yes, sir, if you can stand, let us know your question.
Okay, good afternoon. Ntlanhla Kumedi. Can I just ask one question? You know, I'm not sure how, I was struggling how to frame it, but how do we make LPG sexy? Who's the champion other than the world, like for instance, LPG Association in terms of the safety side? All cars, all vehicles, I mean, all fuels, Shell, they brand their fuel. We actually see adverts. When do we see adverts around LPG? When do we see the drive? I mean, how do we do this? How do we make LPG as the right tool for the right job? Who is the champion? Who locates this? Thanks.
Thank you for that question, and that's actually quite close to my heart, being part of the advocacy and comms departments at the WLPGA. So the WLPGA does do a lot of work on larger campaigns, but that end consumer conversation really is up to the various marketers who are in this room. I'm wondering, Chaletsi, if you have any thoughts on the question. You know, how can we maybe change LPG? I think it was David Tyler said the other day, he said, we've been using the same customer proposition for the last 120 years. How can we move it more to a benefits-based communication?
Right, thanks, Sam. That's a tough one, because I think, as you said, it's really up to the individual marketers to make it sexy. Because you use the example of Shell. Well, Shell is marketing Shell products. So unless, as an industry, in a consolidated way, I think the only way to make it sexy is through an association such as LPGSA. But that the purpose of that is not so much marketing and advertising, but it's more around addressing the issues associated, or the perceptions associated with LPG. And I think unlike your main fuels such as petrol and diesel, where there are no really any safety perceptions or concerns, I think a LPG still remains a highly mystical commodity or energy form, if I can say that. And I think I'm always surprised by even engagements in forums such as this, or anyway, where you are engaging with, educated people, qualified professionals, and, then you mention that you work for a particular gas company, and then you start talking about gas, and then the questions that they then ask about LPG make you realize that even at a professional, educated person, there's still misconceptions about LPG. Which the main fuels don't actually have that challenge. Everybody pours petrol into their car or diesel into their car, no problem. It's a normal part of life. But I think there's still the difference with LPG is that I think there's still a lot of the safety concerns and the misunderstanding and misperceptions around the fuel itself is really, really a reality. So I think before we can advertise, because if you then, and I think perhaps there's also then a lack of advertising, because if it's not used correctly, yes, something can go wrong. So I think there's advertising with caution. So unless that advertising comes with the education, I think it could be a challenge, and perhaps that's something that I think we can take away. And then if I can just then, go back to your, also try to talk to your question around a framework. I think in developing such a framework, I also like the way you described it, saying a framework is a structure, but a structure also has key things that it needs to focus on. So in my view, I think a framework, if we were to take this going forward, that framework definitely would not be able to take off ground without the support of government. And I think government leadership, to a certain extent in implementation, is quite critical. I mentioned earlier that from a policy perspective, I think it's clear, But to enable implementation, I think equally so, government needs to actually also be at the forefront of that. And I think there's also key elements of that structure, in my view, that I think also need to be looked at. I don't think, and I think even from a legislative point of view, it was also mentioned, I think Mr. Makubele mentioned it as well, different role players that actually need to come to the party in terms of the whole LPG, licensing and enforcement, monitoring, etc. There's key role players, but even from a regulatory point of view, for example, we had the Department of Employment and Labor, which focuses a lot on the safety elements. But at the same time, there's also a disjuncture with the Department of Energy, who basically then give the wholesale license for the LPG marketers to trade. But is there an understanding by the Department of Energy as to where exactly those particular marketers are trading? And I think, for example, if I look back at the discussions from our Indian counterparts, where they mentioned that there's 25,000 odd marketers in the country. The challenge, does DOE know how many marketers distributors they actually, or LPG distributors specifically, are in the market and exactly where they're actually operating? So I think it's a concerted effort. Of course, it requires us as industry as well, because individually we know who our distributors are, but are we actually sharing that information with government? So having a framework which actually consolidates the licensing and regulatory regime is quite critical. The second element is actually this understanding of the market itself. I think we all understand it at a superficial level, but I don't think we really understand it at a level of detail to be able to quantify it and for all of us to actually work with the same information. I think that another element could be looking at how the data collection to enable understanding of the market could actually be utilized. And this is not necessarily for the benefit of the marketers, but for the benefit of government as a regulator. So I think the other key one, sorry, if I just want to try and finish as well, I'll go again to the on the pricing. I think again, the pricing itself, I think it's currently regulated. Yes, we've got the MRGP and we've got the MRP. But we also talked about, or let me say, for me, what also came out today, which I also mentioned in my introductory remarks, was that for certain programs to work, especially the universal access programs, is targeted at particular parts of the population. But at the same time, will the current pricing framework will enable that type of a subsidy model to take into consideration? So for me, another key element of such a framework would be actually looking at pricing and how effective it is in actually spurring the growth of LPG going forward and also supporting these targeted programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Chiletsi. And finally, I'm wondering here as well, just as a link to these conversations here, we've been talking about developing jobs, but we've also spoken about pricing challenges here. So how do you feel that LPG can be promoted in a country where we have around 40% unemployment? How can an expensive fuel, in inverted commas, be promoted over the use of an inexpensive fuel like biomass, like free wood that you could collect? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think biomass is relatively very cheap in the context of South Africa. Also, it's dependent on where you live. I mean, if you are like myself, where I come in the deep rural village, LPG is for free. Biomass is for free. So you pretty much get it for free. The only thing that you need to worry about is like how you're going to transport into your house. And some of people, they have got this belief that, if you cook like pap in a fire, it tastes much better than cooking from any other energy source. So those are the things that you can't convince my mother to change from that stance. That's what she believes in. So I think indeed, the unemployment rate is quite high in South Africa. People are very stretched. Even the middle class, is looking for options in terms of like, how do I meet my energy needs, I mean, for my household. And I think we need to work closely with the people who are, because not everybody is going to buy into the concept of if you use, I mean, LPG safely, it's good. There are no dangers. I mean, the other day, I mean, we were having a conversation with one of the CEO who will remain nameless of an oil company. And that CEO says clearly LPG is not required within the house. It's only used for bribe, but the cylinder must be way, way, way out. I mean not near the window. So obviously that is not the kind of advocate that you are looking for. So you need people who believe first in reduction in emission. They believe in a clean energy technology story, because that kind of sort of message, it does not land only with poor people or rich people. It's got no class. So people, they can embrace, like, I mean, the story of, like, I mean, what does it mean to push the globe to less than 1.5 degree in terms of emission. So it's really up to the attitude of a person. So that's where you need to really pitch, I mean, like in terms of like, okay, as much as we're talking about money, we can't make a comparison of electricity versus like, I mean, LPG, just looking at money alone. We need to look at the added benefits in terms of the cleanness, the health benefits that comes with it. I think yesterday, Nkandla Gumede, he did talk about like, he does not advocate to use LPG to generate electricity, because by doing that, you are taking some of the benefits. Because if he used an example of like having first to cook coal, you transport it into the transmission line, then you reticulate it, eventually it lands into somebody's household. Whereas with LPG, it's very portable. Take it a cylinder, heat the space straight away, you connect to the heater, or you connect it to your hot plate or a gas stove. You are cutting a lot. I mean, the fuel economy, it becomes more evident. So the value of your money, it will be expressed differently depending on your attitude, on your aspiration as an individual. So yes, price, if you compare to free biomass or relatively cheap biofuels, if you are just using that as a basis, you are not going to pass that test. But if you add other issues that are important to different people, suddenly they start to see that there is more value in using LPG compared to electricity generated from coal.
Thank you, Fani. And it's always something that I say, you know, when I'm in my mom's groups and I've got all the kids home from school, is LPG is an energy source. It needs to be respected. It needs to be treated well. But just as we as parents treat our kids, you don't stick your fingers in the plug holes, we just need to teach them how to use LPG safety. And I think that is something we as marketers within the industry need to do more of. And it's fantastic that Khadi and her team are pushing through with that comms campaign. I'm going to hand over to Alison. You have a question or a comment?
Hi, Tamsin. I have a comment, actually. Hi, I'm Alison Abbott. I'm the Director of Communications for the WLPGA. This is a fantastic panel, and there's a direction that this is going that is fascinating me, and it was sparked by the gentleman's question, which I love, and I have asked that same question, how do we make LPG sexy? And the gentleman there was talking about perceptions of LPG, and it's so important, and we haven't addressed communicating, because that's principle. It's so important. And Tamsin and I are running a session tomorrow on exactly that topic, and we'll address that. So stick around for tomorrow. It's the final session, but I think it's something that deserves to be on the main stage, because without communication, what we've been visiting over the last 2 days has no heart. So thank you for that question, and thanks for letting me give my comment. And it's a great panel. Thanks, Tamsin.
Thank you. I'm going to take one more question from the audience, and then we're going to start to wrap up with some final thoughts. There's one more in the back there. Very excited. Yes, ma'am. If you could state your name and organization and who your question's directed to.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Baxolile Zwane from Emangweni Business Solutions. We provide training in the oil and gas sector. I think maybe our Indian counterpart could help me. In the rollout of the LPG strategy, we realized that there's a huge opportunity in South Africa. Therefore, there will be more bottling plants required. I don't think we have anything more than 20 bottling plants currently. I'm not sure. Is there a model? Because I deal with SMMEs, and they often want to venture into this space. But the first question is, do you have land? After maybe going to the municipalities, what is the equipment required? Is there a model that they could share with us in terms of what constitutes a bottling plant? What is the cost of establishing a bottling plant? And what collaboration could happen between South Africa and India? Thank you.
Yeah, as far as I think the question is about the bottling plant. In India, the volumes are so high. So in the bottling plants, we use the electronic carousels today. So we bottle, most of the bottling plants, the carousels bottle about 1600 cylinders per hour. And there are manufacturers worldwide. And we do have some manufacturers in India, we do import the carousels. And we can have the full, technology transfer also. Apart from bottling, the quality checks, everything, we can give you a full technology transfer. And maybe my colleague Pankaj may correct it. For a bottling plant of one carousel plant, what we call it as around 60,000 metric ton per annum, it costs anything between 200 crores. That's about, I can say, 150 crores of rupees. So I have to do a rough conversion. 150 crore means it's 1,500 million rupee. Right from the cost of land to the storage facility to everything put together. And it can bottle somewhere around 60,000 metric ton in a year.
Okay, so thank you for that, Mr. Lakshmi. So obviously the speakers are here, so they are going to be available for further discussions. We still have a full day tomorrow as well. We started off the session talking about needing to create a framework to drive this industry forward and to increase our cooperation between the Indians and the members of the SADC region. If I can have your closing thoughts on this potential, on this subject. Mr. Makabela, if we could start with you. We're just going to keep these as short closing statements, so if you could maybe highlight the top item that you would like to see addressed.
I guess for me, the top item, I think, is the one that's being discussed tomorrow, and that's communication. And it all boils down to communication. So I have a friend who works for Microsoft, and in fact, not Microsoft, but Bill Gates Foundation. It says, within Bill Gates Foundation, Bill Gates says, what's the comm strategy on everything? Nothing moves until he's convinced that comm strategy is there and it's sound. I think we should adopt that approach as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Fania, if we can have your thoughts.
Yeah, so for a framework to be successful, it needs to be anchored on sound regulations. I think we picked up, there are various regulatory agencies, even in India, that focus on various aspects. So I think the most important thing is that, if you chose the path of regulation of the industry, that's fine. What is important is that, we must make sure that the regulator itself is responsive to the needs of the players on the ground, while at the same time, we do understand that the regulator has got a responsibility to protect the interest of the users or the citizens. So the regulator cannot just take everything that is coming from the market as a gospel truth. It needs to be interrogated. But the key is that the regulator must be responsive. That way the market is going to function. So, I mean, a very good classic example is like when we realized that the market is changing in South Africa, that the industry is now really dependent on the imports. It was becoming very difficult to continue like with the mechanism that we had in place of linking the LPG price to 93 petrol. So there were several conversations which eventually we landed as a country on the CP linkage. So that is a classic example of a regulator that's responsive to the needs of the market. So if you have that, you will see a successful rollout of our LPG strategy going forward. Thanks.
Thank you, Fani. So we're hearing communications, we're hearing a sound regulatory framework. Chiletsi, what are your thoughts?
All right, thanks, Tamsin. So I think I'll go back to the first point that I made is that let's acknowledge what is there. So I think the policy framework is clear. I think what government is intending to implement and execute is also clear. So the focus is then on implementation. And I think I will probably be repeating a bit of what Fanny has mentioned, but I think that review and alignment of the regulatory and legislative framework to actually ensure that things can actually, the market or the industry can actually be more effectively monitored and enforcement to a certain extent through the regulatory framework, where various government departments have the correct mandate to actually execute certain actions to ensure more alignment in the industry. And another key thing for me also when we are looking at a concerted effort to implement any program, you need to understand who the role players are and what exactly is their role within the value chain. This I'm talking about now in terms of the marketers themselves, which then brings me back to the point which I also mentioned earlier around understanding that through the submission and the collection of data, again, which also would be linked to the regulatory or licensing framework as well. And then the fourth element is then reviewing whether the current pricing structure actually then supports the various government policy objectives that they are trying to achieve. Because when you are looking at the free market and perhaps the commercial users or the high-end user, perhaps it's adequate for that. But is it actually adequate for then getting to ensure that the universal access that the minister talked about can actually be implemented effectively? Thank you.
Thank you, Chiletsi. Baptiste, your thoughts on this?
Thank you, Tamsin. I wouldn't want to repeat my opening statement, but yes, what I would say is I see this as a beginning rather than the end of or the end goal of these exchanges between different territories. I think it's very positive the way we've been looking at LPG in these past 2 days. From a day-to-day LPG wholesaler, we encounter a number of challenges, and to have this vision of what has been done in other mature countries and markets such as India is really quite refreshing and offers extremely positive perspectives in terms of technology, regulation, the way interaction between the different stakeholders, public and private, can lead to extremely successful LPG markets. So I think it was a great forum in that respect.
Thank you. And Mr. Lakshmi, we've spoken, Baptiste mentioned there again the positive collaboration between the SADC countries and India. I don't know if you have further ideas on how future cooperation could pan out for the industries.
I would like to say that as far as SADC countries are concerned, believe in yourself. my simple this one will be, if we can do it, you can do it. And we are there to support you. And as far as the technology is concerned, all the other technologies you have, maybe a cylinder or a bottling plant or anything, what we can help you in is how to have the framework of having the LPG business in a oriented way so that you can overcome the hiccups. And ultimately, it's your belief, and I hope to see SADC countries reaching the penetration level of LPG usage level of somewhere 70-80%, maybe a decade from now.
Thank you very much. And we're going to wrap up the session, but please can you give the panel a round of applause, and I'll be handing back. Thank you. Please stand. Just stay seated for now. So I'm handing back to Michael.
Thank you. Why don't we give Tamsin a round of applause for being a great moderator? Okay, so we have made it to the end, and we're going to hear from one last person. But first, we have a video to show you about Cape Town LPG Week, which will take place next year in 2024 in November. I've been saying October the whole time. It's actually going to take place in November, as you'll see from the video. Nirvan, do we have the video? Roll tape. Let's try that again. Okay, we're going to try this again. And action. Like they say in Hollywood. Action. Check. All right, so we plan on seeing you guys there. Please, panel, thank you so much. If you could exit the stage, and I'm going to call to the stage the acting DG, Mr. Zizamele Banginizi, to make some final comments, unless he's not here. He just did not understand the way I pronounced his name. And he's going to make final comments, and we're going to release you into the wild.
Thank you. It's Mbambo. Mbambo, sorry. Thank you. Okay. So, you want to put it here? You can hold it whatever you like. Good afternoon, delegates. My name is Zizamele Mbambo. I'm the acting DG. I'd like to offer an apology for DG Mbele, who's supposed to be addressing you esteemed delegates. Program Director, officials from the SADC community, Shriku Shangra Mittal, Director of LPG, Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas, India, CEOs of state-owned entities, captains of industry from India and SADC, members of the various business fora and associations, members of the research institutions and academia, members of the media, government officials, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. Allow me to take this opportunity to warmly greet you this afternoon. As we come to today's conclusion, I want to thank each and every one of you for your active involvement and excellent contributions over the past 2 days. It has been an honor to host the foreign delegates, and I'm encouraged by the collective commitment we have shown to advance the LPG business on the worldwide scale. Throughout, we have engaged in fruitful discussions, shared innovative ideas, and forged meaningful partnerships, and will continue to do so tomorrow. It is clear that the LPG sector is not only a critical component of the energy landscape, but also a catalyst for sustainable development and a cleaner, more prosperous future. As we close the day, I'd like to highlight some key takeaways from our discussions. The first one is sustainability. On sustainability, we have emphasized the significance of sustainability in the LPG business. From good industry practice, LPG transportation, cylinder management, LPG for transportation fuel or the autogas, LPG for power generation, and the role of LPG in the energy mix. We also took learnings from India, looked at the market conditions in SADC, and worked on a framework for cooperation. On the next item was on innovation. With regards to innovation, the LPG industry is continually evolving with the new technology and solutions emerging to fulfill the world's energy needs. Our willingness to embrace these advances will increase efficiency, affordability, and accessibility. On the next issue of collaboration is essential for growth. The partnerships and alliances formed during the summit will serve as the foundation for future endeavors, fostering global cooperation and knowledge sharing. On the issue of safety remains a top priority in the LPG industry. We have reiterated our commitment to maintaining the highest safety standards and ensuring the safety of industry workers and consumers. On the matter of a global outlook, our discussions have highlighted the global character of the LPG industry. Working across borders and regions can assist in overcoming challenges, capitalizing on the opportunities and building a more connected and resilient sector. Let us continue forth in the spirit of collaboration, creativity, and sustainability that has marked our time here as we leave this summit today. The difficulties we confront in the energy sector are significant, but we have an expertise, enthusiasm, and resolve to address them together. I encourage you to maintain the connections you've made here, continue sharing the insights, and drive positive change in your respective organizations and countries. Let us remain committed to the responsible and sustainable growth of the LPG industry, recognizing its vital role in a cleaner, more prosperous world. In conclusion, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the LPGSA and the World LPGA as organizers, sponsors, and participants who have made the summit possible. I'd also like to extend my gratitude to the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Resources of India, the Indian LPG industry representative, or Indian Oil Corporation Ltd, Bharat Petroleum Corporation Ltd, and Hindustan Petroleum Corporation Ltd, and the representatives from the Council on Energy, Environment and Water in India, Dr. Abhishek, for the willingness to share their experiences and learnings with the SADC region on the implementation of the LPG. I thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you've made it to the end. So congratulations, everybody, for sticking it out. Again, a big thank you to our colleagues from India for their contribution today and for making the journey over. A big thank you to the Ministry of Energy and for those elegant words to close this event. And to the LPGSA and their team. Thank you to all of you for being here until the end. We kick off tomorrow at 8 o'clock, if I'm not mistaken, 8:30. And for those of you who have tickets to the gala dinner, it starts tonight at 7 o'clock in the Pivot Hotel here in the Monte Cassino complex. So before we go, let's give ourselves a big round of applause for being so fantastic. Thank you very much. I'm Michael Kelly. This is the WPGA. Thank you for coming to the show.